Welcome to the Tesla Model Y Highway Range Test. This is the Model Y long range all-wheel drive with the 20-inch induction wheels. I actually rented this car from Hertz, and we're about to go see how far it goes on a single charge. So doing all the Model Y testing, a vehicle that I've never actually run in our range test before. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this goes. We are of course going to charge it up to 100% and throughout this live stream run it till it's dead. The one thing I want to mention though is if you're watching this video after the live is done, head over to our out of spec reviews page, and that is where you will find the fully produced range test. You don't have to watch 5, 6, 7 hours, however long this thing is. It'll all be there ready to rock and roll. If you guys are just joining now, let me know in the comments. I can already see a few rolling in. Hey Jason, how's it going? Make sure that the stream is solid, everything is good. Same procedure goes all the time on these. We are going to charge it up to 100% on a DC fast charger, which we're doing here. We are then going to jump onto I-25, run north to Cheyenne, east into Nebraska actually, and then we are good to go after that. So yep, very much looking forward to testing a Model Y on the Aero wheels after this perhaps. Should be interesting. A couple things needed. I got to get some snacks, some water, some stuff inside the store here, so I'm going to leave you for a little bit. But I thought one thing would be kind of cool is I put the vehicle into service mode here so we can take a look at all the heating and cooling. You can see the battery's really toasty. 54 degrees C on max, 42 on minimum cell temp, so the battery's going to be great so we can jam every last electron in there. I've got the AC pre-cooling the cabin. Let's kick on the passenger vents so it's a little bit more uniform. We'll even do the rear fan while it's charging just to cool down the whole cabin. Then I'm going to leave you guys on the charging menu right here. And so this way you can actually see the volts and the amps coming from the charger. Interesting that we're not getting the 200 amps that this charger should be able to give us. But it also could be this is what's going into the battery pack. Maybe. So anyway, we are going to do all this. I'm going to leave you guys on this screen while it's charging up. We're only doing 63 kilowatts. It says 35 minutes to 100%, which is what I have it set to do. It says charge rate limited by low battery temperature, but I don't know how true that can be because our coldest cell temperature is 42.5 degrees Celsius. Just crazy. This is the service menu screen. I can actually make a video to show you how to access all of this, so that will be coming soon. Let me get you guys on a phone mount here, and then we'll be good to go. You can see we're using the factory CCS adapter, so nothing super fancy here, using the ChargePoint CPE 250s. The Model Y should be empty. It is. I have a little mount up here to put you guys on so you can watch the service screen, so let me get you hooked up while I run into the store at least. So here's this. Boom. Yeah, they've definitely updated some things on this screen over time. You can see some great data on here now. So I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm going to run and grab some snacks and stuff, and I'll be back momentarily. So give me 5 minutes or so, but I always like to get the stream set up so you can watch the charging session and see how everything's going. And man, the battery pack max temp 57 degrees Celsius. No one runs them hotter than Tesla, and it had the warning saying the battery was still pretty cold. How crazy is that? And I've been preconditioning the car all day. I started today actually at 100% to top balance the vehicle, and just preconditioned to a charger for like 3 hours. So I don't know what's going on, but it's going to be real nice and toasty for this range test, that's for sure. All right, let's just throw that there so it doesn't overheat. Let's go keep climate. I'll be back soon. Alrighty, I am back. We are down to 57 kilowatts at 80% state of charge, it's looking like. Make sure the stream's still going good. Alright. Looks like it. Tesla Tino in the chat. Just got a new Model Y. Sounds like it's been pretty good for him, so that's awesome. Big range. All right, so other Model Ys doing 70 to 75 or 70 miles an hour are getting 200 to 215 miles. Wow, I'm thinking we're going to do way better than that. At least I hope we are. I don't know for sure if that's going to be the case, but we're going to find out. Why are we in service mode? Because it's cool. Why wouldn't we be? I have to take a little bit of Excedrin because I can feel the start of a migraine coming on, unfortunately. So let's hope this stuff works. Usually does, but definitely feeling it. Takis for road trip snacking, definitely out of spec approved. We are fans of Takis. You can't go too crazy into them. I'm also a fan of this new water company, guys. This is pretty cool. I think you'll like this. It's called Path Water, and it comes in these metal reusable containers. And I prefer the alkaline version. It's I think it's pretty good. It's not like spring water. It's still purified water, but better than some I've tried. Hey Mike, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Glad you got a Tesla. That's cool. Yeah, you lose a lot of range over 70 miles an hour, that's for sure. We are not driving at the moment. We are just stopped, charging up, trying to get to 100%. We're at 83% right now. And this is where you can see our charging speeds. This is where it shows in kilowatts. Battery pack temperature, almost 60 degrees Celsius on the high end. I can also show you some other things that this can do. For example, we can take a look at, some different sensors and valves. You can actually take a look at it here, this one, and you can see like the directions of everything, where it's all going in the HVAC case over here, which is super cool. Here's your liquid cooled condenser. I need to do a whole video on showing what all this does. It's pretty amazing. And then you have your coolant loops. Interesting, right now everything's running in series. I've seen them during fast charging run in parallel. But really cool to watch this go through. It's not under a huge cooling load right now. Radiator fan's only at 800 RPM. I've seen that deep, close to 3,000 and above. Really cool stuff, but we'll go back to the charging menu here. I should have my dad's Lucid out here in Colorado in just maybe 2 weeks, a little bit less than that. Well, we're going to be doing a lot of Lucid stuff over the next couple weeks. No update on registering the Twizy yet, but I did buy an upgraded motor controller or something. Maybe I don't know. It's in a box in my house. I honestly don't know what I bought, but whatever I bought allows me to turn my Twizy 45 into an 80. So I'll get the faster top speed, which is really important. I just, my friend who's like a Twizy tuner was just like, Kyle, you need this. I'm like, okay, yes I do. If it makes the Twizy faster, I'm in. On the ID7, well, I'll be at the unveiling in New York this weekend, or is it on Monday? It's a week from today. So I'm going to be there and make a video with it, and you'll get my impressions when I see it unveiled. I'll film the cover coming off and all that stuff. This is the Model Y all-wheel drive. Yes, long-range all-wheel drive. Motorcycle reviews, to be honest, no one really watched them. But I'm not against it. Like, I'd like to make reviews that we're just interested in as well. So, yeah, perhaps we'll see some more motorcycle stuff. It just didn't, the content didn't do nearly as well as the vehicle content. So, you know, there's certainly days where we don't have videos to put up, and we can always fill that up with motorcycle stuff. For the new 15-minute charging series, the 10% challenge, I'm going to keep it at 80 miles an hour, because we run this at 70 and everyone complains it's too slow. So 80 seems reasonable. Out of spec boating channel. Well, I do have out of spec boatering reserved. You know, because we have out of spec motoring, so I thought that would be kind of fun. Yeah, thanks for the feedback on the 10% challenge. I thought that would be pretty cool, and yeah, I was interested in that for sure. The dogs are great. They're doing fine. Yeah, everyone has their own speed that they like. Some people like 75, some people like 80, and I don't know. I think I just moved the camera around. Let me go back there and adjust position. Sorry about that. I was just trying to plug you in. So, like, choosing the speeds that keep everyone happy kind of doesn't exist. So, you know, I'm just picking the speeds that I think make the most sense for the average viewer, which isn't going to please everyone, but I can't just run tests all day long every day. So this should be better, I hope. There we go. Is it safe to use the service menu? Yeah, just don't click the wrong button. Won't the police pull you over? No, the speed limits are very high here. I think most Tesla owners out here in Colorado just go 85 everywhere because that's the maximum autopilot lets you go. Yep, autopilot's included on the rental, yep. You can use the service menu while you're driving, but only to 7 miles an hour. So pretty much no, you can't use it while driving. Carl, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate that. I don't really, as long as you're old enough to work, we can hire you. It's not so much about age for me. It's about qualifications, the way you can present information. We really do need someone for Scoots that's here in Colorado and actively looking for that. Actually, I disagree. If we run a single direction in the loop in the 80%, what am I trying to say? The 10%, 15-minute challenge, wind is a big enough factor. Also, running a loop is fine. There's nothing really bad about that. It's just makes it consistent across all the cars. No, there's no official website. Presenting. Oh, I really want to find someone to do our out of spec scoots micro mobility stuff. So you have to be able to come to Fort Collins and work out with us. And yeah, been talking about it forever. Nothing new. Just haven't found anyone really interested in our area to come and review micro mobility products, electric lawnmowers, scooters, bikes. Anything small with electric is what I want to cover there. Also want to cover like regulations regarding bike lanes and cyclists and city centers, and talking about how to reduce car dependence and stuff like that. It's not really for me because it's not my passion, but I know there's a lot of interest out there online about it, and I'd like to have us cover it. I'm just a very car dependent person, so I would not be the right person to present that channel because I'm car all the way or nothing, baby. Getting all you can out of your rental. Yeah. Well, I rented this, and honestly, I haven't done much with it. I've only filmed one video with it up to this point. And so, yeah, it just got really busy, so I extended it another day. I was supposed to do this range test 2 days ago. But I love it. Hertz was like, pile the miles on it. We don't care. I bought all the insurance. Someone keyed the car, so I feel really bad about that. I called Hertz. They're like, oh, we don't care. You got the insurance. I'm like, wow, rental car life is great. I don't know how or where someone even keyed it. I've never had a car keyed in my life. And I picked it up after doing a charging test, and yeah, they just didn't even notice it until today. So I don't know, maybe I picked it up that way. I have to go back and look at photos. This was $100 and something a day, 101, 103, something like that. Yeah, someone keyed the car on the right side. I have no clue where. And I just love how little Hertz cared about it too. They're like, oh yeah, okay, we don't care. You got the insurance. So just always get the insurance, I guess. I was just like, oh no, the paint was already ruined. It's very possible that I picked it up that way and just didn't notice until today. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Turo is then you're just like driving someone's car, and then, you know, I'm testing and cycling the battery on a personally owned vehicle, and Hertz just does not care. They're like, do whatever you want. So I'm like, all right, well, I'd much rather just spend a little bit of money and not have to worry about some dude whose car I'm driving. I'd much rather just, you know, have a rental company. Yeah, renting a Tesla from Hertz was great. I have no complaints so far. They've been really good to work with, and not an ad. I paid full price. I just went on my app. I signed up for Hertz Gold for free. I did a reserve a Model Y. They locked me in the model. They called and said, hey, we actually don't have that one, so we're going to drive one up to our location for you. And then like 2 hours later, they're like, yep, come pick it up. I just do not like the idea of Turo in general. I never have. I've done Turo a few times, but I just, and like never had any major problems, but just never really liked the feeling of it. So I'll always try and, you know, sometimes we use viewer cars for tests, and like those are enthusiasts, those are you guys, those are us, like we're all into the same thing. Everyone knows what the deal is. We're testing the cars, but some dude on Turo might just freak out that you drained the battery. It doesn't really hurt it, but you know, you just never really know. So I'd rather just go through Hertz. Actually, I'm pretty sure I could just crash this car into a wall and walk away because I bought all that insurance. They may not rent me another Y afterwards, but yeah, I mean, there's just like zero. They were just like, you don't even have to bring it back. The dude was really funny who I rented it from, who actually is a viewer. He's just like, we don't care. I was just like, oh, that'll make a great video. Model Y crash test. But I would never do that, of course. This car goes back to Hertz tomorrow. Yeah, don't tune the Twizy if you want a registration in Europe. Yeah, I don't. I want a registration in America. And we like speed here. Yeah, the swirl marks are insane, aren't they? Do I like towing with the Rivian? I love towing with the Rivian, but I just hate charging while towing. It really slows down the trip. So if I have to do like long distance with a trailer, I'm probably towing behind my Sprinter. I'm going to tour a new track facility this week that is really exciting because it's not a racetrack. It's like they use it for actually like police and fire emergency training stuff, but what's really cool is they use the same pavement of Colorado roads and the same pavement markings. And I was like, oh, how cool would it be to do some autopilot tests out there, closed course? And they're all about it. They're like, yeah, come on out, you can rent the facility. And it looks just like a roadway network, but it's closed facility. So I'm like, this seems really cool. And I could probably drive the Twizy all around there as well. So that might be pretty neat. I guess we're getting pretty close to the time where I should film the main video and stop talking to you guys. So I'm going to do that. The software version's the newest. It's 11 something. I don't know exactly what. All right, let's do it. I'll leave this window down so you can hear what I'm saying, hopefully. Hello and welcome back, of course, to another Out of Spec Reviews video. Welcome to this Tesla Model Y long range. Welcome to, yes, another 70-mile-per-hour highway range test. Now, just recently, I unveiled our new 10% challenge test. I'm so excited about it. Check out that video if you haven't already. I'll leave it linked in the description. It's really a great test to show the difference of road tripping range with also charging speed. So it's to simulate your road trip range. But in traditional fashion, you still need to test the full charge range of electric cars. And that's what we're doing here with this Tesla Model Y long range I actually rented from Hertz. So we're charging it up to 100%. We're going to drain it till it's dead, as we do with every electric car, and see how far we can go at 70 miles an hour on the highway. This is a 2022 Tesla Model Y long range. We are rolling on the 20-inch induction wheels, so it is not the longest range Model Y you can get. The longest range Model Y you can get is actually EPA rated at 330 miles on a single charge. Serious range. This one's actually rated at 316, I believe, maybe 318, because we have the bigger wheels on it. But either way, this will be a great starting point, and I've never actually run a Tesla Model Y in this range test loop. How is that possible? I don't know. One of our viewers commented, they're like, hey Kyle, why have you ignored the Model Y? And it's honestly not out of anything on purpose. I just totally thought I would have range tested this by now, but apparently not. like the most popular electric car, the one that many of our viewers are buying. I've never tested in the range test. So we are fixing that today. This is a fully bone stock, right out of the box, Model Y long range. It was actually built in 2022 towards the end, but it doesn't seem to have the new headlights. I remember there was a period where they actually went back to the old headlights, and then the new ones came back again. I think that falls into here. It's a Fremont built Model Y. It has the big battery, about 80-something kilowatt hours, 82, 83 kilowatt hour gross, maybe 77 usable. We'll talk testing procedures here in just a moment, but yeah, I mean, this is the car you see everywhere. They're on every corner, and now we've got to see how far it goes on a single charge, leaving from here in Wellington, Colorado, jumping up to I-25, going up to Cheyenne, east through Wyoming, into Nebraska, turn around, and we're going to end back here with no range left. So let me walk you through the testing procedures, everything I've done up to this point to make sure the test goes as good as possible. I have to say the conditions are perfect. No wind, sunny, 72 degrees, maybe 74 degrees. It just doesn't get better than this. Today's the day to get some big range out of the Model Y. I am thrilled with the conditions for this test today. It's just going to be epic. And let's talk about what we've done so far. Well, I set the tire pressures when cold to manufacturer rate pressures, 41 psi, could be 42 now, but I think it was set to what it says on the screen. Then I drove the car from 100%. I full charged it last night to do another battery capacity test, health test, and ended up just driving a whole bunch around the area today. But the whole time I had it programmed into a supercharger to pre-position. So the battery pack got nice and toasty. We were good to go. I plugged it here to a DC fast charger at about 65% state of charge. We are now almost at 100% state of charge. I'll show you inside the service menu. The battery's really warm. You really want a warm battery for a test like this. Cram every last electron in there, and you also have a little bit more capacity while you're cruising down the road. So this is about as perfect as it gets, to be honest. The car has 12,000 miles on it of rental abuse, so that's something to keep in mind, but it should be pretty representative of a Model Y that, you know, is out in the world and maybe one that you would buy. I typically try to range test vehicles that have less than 10,000 miles on them, but after doing the battery capacity test on this, it's really not that bad. So the plan is, of course, tire pressures are set, charge it to 100, drive at 70 miles an hour constant as we always do, and then with Teslas, you have to remember, there's typically a few kilowatt hour buffer at the bottom. Now, I couldn't find an extra scan my Tesla adapter, so I don't have all the nerdy data on this one, but we're definitely going to go below zero, assuming the car lets us, and I'm going to try to go for another 3 kilowatt hours after it hits 0%. That's what I've seen on my Model 3, that's what I've seen on other Model Ys. If we happen to run out, well, we'll make a new YouTube video. But my goal is to eat every last mile out of this thing that I can. We are charging up using the factory CCS adapter here to ChargePoint CPE 250, the typical Wellington, Colorado charging stop. You can see I have the car cooling down actually, running 68 degrees in auto. I'll talk about the air conditioning procedures because I can actually put the new cars with heat pumps in a driver only mode. I'm actually going to shut off the passenger vents because that's the typical procedure. We put AC in the most efficient setting for the driver that still allows temperature control, and we can do that here. Now this is service mode, and I'll have another video to go in depth on all of this, but you can see the battery pack 57 degrees Celsius on the warm end, not nearly as hot as we saw it when we were doing our 10% challenge, got up to 64 there, but this is where the car wants it. And it's actually even saying, well, it was saying earlier that the battery was even too cold, but we're doing 17 kilowatts at 98%. Having a little bit of air conditioning load should actually help it put every last drop into the battery. If it takes too long to complete, occasionally they'll take up to an hour to hit 100% in complete charging. Then of course we're going to, turn off the AC and get moving here. But we'll wait till the charger completes, and then we're going to hit the road and see how this thing does. 99%. Come on, Model Y. We're close. Can feel the Excedrin kicking in. My headache's getting better. I'm going to roll up the windows so we can retain as much of that cool air in here as possible. Shows 320 miles of range, which is interesting because when I go to spec this car on the website, it shows 318 miles if I choose the induction wheels, which we have right here. So what the heck's going on? Because this should reference EPA rated range. I gotta put that in the video. You guys can see we're getting pretty close to completing. We're at 99%, but still doing 15 kilowatts. That's not bad. That means we still have a little bit of ways to go before it completes charging. But I wanted to show you something interesting. This car says it has about a 316 mile EPA rated range. And the rated range off the vehicle, when I click this right here, should be set to 100% in the EPA cycle, this 322 miles at the 100% charge limit. We're currently at 320 miles, which is more than the EPA rating. So it's possible we have a little bit of BMS confusion going on here. I'm not 100% certain. If I pull up the energy graph, we can take a look. I was just ripping it around a little bit, but if I come over here to consumption, you can see it's predicting 283 miles based off of my driving over the last 30 miles. And so this number is definitely not based on driving history. That's what this number is based off of. And very interesting that it is showing more than before. What I'm actually going to do is once we complete charging, I'm going to take the vehicle out of service mode. And yep, I will basically, all you have to do is just press this little button and you're out. For those of you who are going to comment, how do I get into service mode? You go to software, you push and hold here on the long range dual motor or your model designation, and you just type in service, all lowercase, hit OK, and you're in. Nothing fancy. And I've shown that in videos before, of course. But let's see what happens here. I'm thinking very odd that it's showing more than rated range because the car knows it's on the 20-inch wheels. What's also weird is the car thinks it just needs one more mile to 100%, but we're still doing 13 kilowatts. If I turn climate off, 11. So this is this is showing what's coming into the port then, rather than what's going into the battery. And I'm pretty sure that changed. This used to show what was going into the battery. Charging complete. What the heck? Hold on. Shutting climate off. I think that, is that it? Did Tesla just change the way they charge? I have no loads on the car right now, but it's showing 9 kilowatts still coming in. So this is where they, right, I remember in my Model S this happened. It showed charging complete, but it took another hour for it to kick off the charger. Let me just make sure the charger screen confirms that it's sending us 9 kilowatts. Here, it shows, yeah, definitely getting 22 amps into the car. Yep, and it's definitely still sending power. So let me just go controls, lights on auto, air conditioning back on. We're definitely still charging. Now, as we ramp up, will we pull more power from the charging station? It's not appearing as much, so. But right now, just the fans are going. heat pump hasn't kicked on, or the AC compressor in this case. Nope, Hertz rentals are not limited. This thing's fully unlocked. You can do anything you want to it. Yeah, here it is, pulling more power from the charger. As soon as I heard the AC compressor spin up, this number is now what's coming into the port. So they definitely changed that display from port, or from battery pack to the port. Interesting. How about that? Well, guys, it's just been a couple minutes after the last clip, and it shows charging complete. But one thing you'll notice is we're actually still getting 12 kilowatts from the charger. Now, when I turned air conditioning off as an experiment, we were still getting about 8 or 9 kilowatts. And that is what's actually going into the battery pack. When I kicked on AC, it's definitely pulling more from the charging station to run the air conditioning in the vehicle as well. This is not uncommon. We've seen this with Tesla many times. It could take another hour from this point for it to actually send the request to shut off the DC charger. But that's the way we roll. We get every last drop of juice in this thing and we drain it out. So even though it shows charging complete, I've been able to get almost another kilowatt hour or 2 after this point to go. So let's see what happens. I'm going to keep the car cooling down with HVAC on and let this thing continue to charge. I wonder what this says here. It says charge 100% in the internal system. Huh. Pretty interesting. I am not at a supercharger. I'm at a CCS station. And after a period of time, it charges 20 cents a minute just to be parked here. In addition to the electricity, it starts after like 30 minutes. I guess I could unplug and replug in, but I don't know. I'll just leave it as is. It's fine. It's definitely still charging the battery. Yeah, that's what I was just checking. The thermal loads aren't anything crazy. It's not like trying to rip cooling on the battery. It's happy with where the temperatures are. So it's still putting energy into the battery pack for sure. That hurts. Yes, but the 20 cents a minute has nothing to do with it being a Hertz rental. I'm just at a public station. That's their pricing. It's what ChargePoint calls a parking fee. I'm actually pretty against it. You shouldn't have to pay a parking fee while charging your electric car if you don't have to pay a parking fee to park your combustion car right next to it. Yeah, we got to get every last drop because you know all the Tesla people, if we don't do this right, they'll come freaking out. And we can't piss off the Tesla people. Got to keep them happy. I'm just having one starburst, I promise, just one. Yes, I believe now that it says charging complete, this used to say calculating. I agree. And it would sit at calculating forever. And so I think they're just like, oh yeah, charging complete, leave. Meanwhile, there's still more to put in. The Lexus IS 500 seems cool, but it overheats when you drive it really hard. Which EV has the best sound system that I've tested? Actually, the BMW iX with Bowers & Wilkins, I think, was top-notch. Our e-tron also has Bowers & Wilkins. Oh, no, our e-tron has Bang & Olufsen, and it rocks. Yeah, the Germans know how to do sound systems. Actually, Tesla audio in this Model Y isn't bad, but it's nothing close to those cars. This is one of the better ones in this Tesla. You're right. I can't just do one starburst. I'm opening another one. What do I think of the XM? I haven't driven it yet. I'm going to drive it in a couple weeks. Yeah, B&O is Danish. They're owned by Harman Group now. My German comment was on German vehicles. They know how to spec sound systems. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the next gen 5 series. I imagine they're just going to copy exactly what they were doing with the 7 series. Would be my guess. Any review on the Lyric coming up? What's funny is they're not in the media car fleets yet, so I got to find one. I was hoping a viewer would pick one up by now. One of my dad's friends actually almost bought one 2 weeks ago, so I was kind of waiting on that. And he owns an EV6 currently, and he was going to go for a Lyric, but he said the Cadillac dealer charged him too much over sticker, so he walked away from it, which is such a shame. But my plan was to actually do all the testing with his car until he backed out of it. Yeah, I'd like to test a 4680 Model Y. And that's partially why I'm running this car as like a Model Y baseline. I still have to do all the different versions. It's sometimes hard to track down all the different versions, but you know, I'll work on it. Yeah, very excited about EV Macan. Bummed that it's so delayed, but hopefully we'll start hearing about some stuff coming up pretty soon with it. My fingers are crossed. This one is not fresh, this Model Y. This one has about 12, maybe 13,000 miles on it now. Something like that. Let's see. Where do we see that? Software, 12,875. So sorry guys, I'm just taking a look at the comments now. 7-Eleven is building out their network. They're just using EV Connect, I believe, to activate their chargers. And it's just like their payment processing app and activation app that basically anyone can pop in to use the EV Connect if you own a charger. I think 7-Eleven's really not doing it right. They need higher power chargers. No one wants to sit there at 200 amp limited, especially when their chargers can do 180 kilowatts. They have them branded at 90, but just put the juicier cables on there. Pretty crazy. And Walmart, yeah, well, we'll see what happens there. I mean, that could be a really big deal. But again, all of these are mostly announcements, and we just got to wait till they happen. I wouldn't bank too much on any announcement. I never do, at least try not to. Yep, I do use Scan My Tesla on my Model 3. I don't think they've figured out the plaid stuff yet, so I don't get that, third motor thing. I got to figure out what's going on with Scan My Tesla for plaid. It's been a little while since I checked into that, but I did not hook it up in this car. And I mean, for a Tesla range test, it's not so needed because I can just go 3 kilowatt hours past zero, and I'll take a look at the dots on the screen here and really feel when it's about to die. Tesla gives you a lot of heads up before the thing's about to die, so we'll have a lot of indication towards the end here. And if we run out, it makes for a good video, but again, the goal is to get it back to the charger just with the least amount of energy possible. We should be getting pretty close here. I'm hearing the AC compressor spin up and down. We should be getting close if I just turn off the climate control. See what happens here. Yeah, we're down to 2 kilowatts into the battery pack. 3, 2. Yeah, I mean, we're getting real close to 100%, I would say. Just going to keep the climate on because the sun is strong. It's pretty cool. As the AC load picks up, it pulls the extra from the charging station. Yeah, the temp outside's not 94 degrees. It is 73 degrees. It's just, this is what the heat pump cars do when you charge them and they're spinning up the heat pump. They show you an abnormally high temperature, but it's 73 degrees, sunny, and no wind. I mean, literally no wind. It is perfect right now. What upcoming vehicle am I most excited to drive? Honestly, it's a weird one, but I'm really getting fascinated with plug-in hybrids. Not to say I like them. I'm not saying I like plug-in hybrids. I'm just saying I find them interesting because they have totally different powertrain control strategies when it comes to electric and combustion. And the new Mercedes GLE 450e just arrived, so I'm going to play around with that soon. I don't even know if it has a CCS port or not. And let's see. 48 volt 4MATIC plug-in hybrid. Okay. I don't know much about it. I haven't researched it at all. I just heard about it today that I just got here. Ioniq 5N, very excited about that one. Wow, it's got a 23 kilowatt hour battery pack. Holy smokes. Oh, it does have a DC fast charger. It says optional 60 kilowatt DC fast charger in a plug-in hybrid. That's really dumb, but I actually have a project coming up where I need a plug-in hybrid with CCS charging. And it was like Polestar 1 was the only one sold in the US, and now this. So that is pretty neat to see. The AC charger is actually just about to get fixed with Tony Williams at Quick Charge in San Diego. He called me the other day and said, hey, I saw your video with the Leaf. Bring it out here. I'll fix the charger and just make a video about it. And I'm like, done. Let's do it. I also asked him, can you put a big battery in it for me? He said, bring me the battery. I'll throw that in as well. And I'm like, done. So I got to find a big battery for my Leaf. Yeah, I don't think anyone will DC fast charge them, but it just gives you the option. I don't know. I go back and forth as to whether or not I'm against them or not. I really don't. Like, if you're the only person at a public DC fast charger, like if I was just driving down the highway, I filled up for fuel, and I just want to run and grab some quick snacks, why not DC fast charge it here if I'm the only car? I've DC fast charged. Actually, Karma also has DC fast charging. Forgot about that. Reviewed one of those as well. So Polestar 1, Karma, and the GLE 450E are now the 3 plug-in hybrids in America with CCS. Because there's also the Mitsubishi Outlander plug-in hybrid with Chatamo. Yeah, idle fees need to be extremely expensive, and it should just be like taboo, like you know, snorting crack in public's not approved. Neither should leaving your electric car be on a charger at 100%. That should also not be approved. It's the only. Yeah, there's a lot of things you shouldn't do in front of people, including leaving your car on a charger. Yeah, Range Rover PHEVs can DC fast charge, but not in the US yet. Only the new ones. i3, kind of, yeah, but it really is mostly an electric car. You could probably say the same thing about the Karma, mostly an electric car, but I feel like I used a lot of that combustion engine driving it. Will I come to Germany this year? Absolutely. Already working on it. I want to see some LE fast charging stations. I want to see the Audi charging hubs that are going in. I heard there's 3 of them now. I've been to the first one. I want to go see the other ones. The 4 or 5 kilowatts is mostly for air conditioning, but if we turn it off, you'll be able to see we're probably at 1 or 2 kilowatts into the battery pack. 1 kilowatt. We're getting close. 2 kilowatts. So AC back on. It's not 90 degrees like it's saying here, but it is toasty. I haven't arranged what specific cars we're going to get, in Germany. Yep, it should be pretty close to being done. I'm thinking I'm going to click climate control off. Let's try it out. 1 kilowatt. It's gotta be close to completing now. I'm going to put you guys up in the mounted position for the drive because I think we're getting pretty close to where we're about to hit the road. So let's see about where I'm going to mount y'all. Thinking something along the lines of this. Not sure if this is a good view or not. Let me get this out of the way. I think that looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Something like that? We're only getting 3 amps from the charger. It's got to be done any second now. That works. Good stuff. Just going to, sorry for the blurriness, I'm just trying to jam the mount in. I brought a little rag of some kind here. Bit too low, don't worry, I'm gonna get you locked in just right. Okay, that should be okay. What do you guys think? Hopefully not too bad. Yep, I think that's perfect. Whoever's saying too low, sorry, I don't think it is. I've just rolled down the windows a little bit to get some more fresh air because I've kicked off climate control. We must be getting pretty close to completing now. I've just put the live stream viewers facing forward here. You can see we're only getting 3 amps from the charger, 1 kilowatt, and we are just chugging along, and we should be getting very close to completing. I'd say it took maybe 40 minutes, maybe 25 or 30 minutes since we got close to 100% here, but that is all part of the fun, and yep, we'll be good to go pretty soon here. Alright, let me just adjust this slightly more. There we go. Should be pretty locked in. We are looking great for wind today, almost nothing. It's perfect, the whole route, just dead silent. Yep, we're just sitting at 1 kilowatt. Come on, let's complete, Tesla. Takes forever. Wow, now it's up to 9 kilowatts randomly. Now it's down to 3. Never seen that behavior before. Nothing kicked on. It just juiced it at 9 for some reason. What? Does anyone know what time it was or how long ago it was when we hit 100%? I'm just going to take a look. It's been almost an hour. Not quite an hour, though. It's been 47 minutes. Should you buy FSD for $15,000? Nope. Noticing some weird charging behavior here. It just went from 3 kilowatts to 5 to 10 back to 3. We have just been sitting at 1. I have climate control off right now to try and get it to complete, but it seems to be doing these weird pulses of energy every minute or so. I'm not totally sure. I've never seen this behavior from Tesla. I can hear nothing kicking on. It's not like the heat pump's spinning up or anything. No fans are kicking on. Yeah, not sure what's going on there, but it's been about 47 minutes so far since we hit 100%. I've seen it take upwards of an hour, so it might take another 15 minutes till we can get out of here. $43 minutes. Okay, I was definitely what I was looking at was showing me 47 since we had 100%. Oh, we just completed. Hey, and I heard the port unlock. Good stuff. We are ready to go. And man, right after that clip, we have completed 100% state of charge, 323 miles predicted on a car that is rated, again, at 316. So very interesting here, especially with the mileage on this thing, 12,800 miles. Let's exit. Well, first of all, our battery pack temps are pretty toast normal. We're going to go 68, but what I'm going to do is shut that off right now because I want to get unplugged. So let's unplug. Let's reset our trip counter. And yep, we're going to reset trip A, then we'll be ready to go. Alrighty, good stuff. That was a $25 charging session. Okay. So, seatbelt on. Car on with the key. There we go. Oh, gotta close this back door. All right, we are ready to rock and roll. So let's go to our trip menu. Let's reset trip A. We'll also have since our last charge. That's all reset. Let's go Windows up. Let's go 68 degrees automatic. We're going to shut off the right side vent, I think. Maybe. I thought there was a way I could shut that off. And I'm not exactly sure how, to be honest. Well, either way, I don't think it'll make much of a difference. It's just the vents. It's not so much the, like it's running an additional AC system. If I find a way somewhere through the test, we'll do that. But normally what I do is I just hold, yeah, and it just shuts the whole system off. Now it's back on. Weird. Well, anyway, we are heading out, and let's do this thing. Should be pretty sweet. Does anyone know how to shut the right side vent off in a Model Y? Should be automatic. Well, maybe I just have too much weight in the seat. Water bottles and stuff. Okay, I put that all on the floor. There's now nothing in the seat. It has not shut off yet. And here we are, just pulling out of the charging station right now, about to merge onto the highway. Forward collision warnings going for nothing. I don't know why it just beeped at me. We weren't even close to hitting anyone. What we're going to do is jump onto I-25 North here by turning left onto the highway. Gentle accelerations, of course. I might even put us into chill mode. May as well. Wouldn't hurt. So we're going to go chill. You can see we have all the regen dots here. All is looking good. Highway's looking pretty empty today. We're going to lock us in at 70 miles an hour at the end of the on-ramp and get ready to rock and roll. Wow, very rarely do we have this long of a line to get on the highway, but it shouldn't affect anything too much. Yeah, turn it off now that the seat is empty. And turn it back on. Nope, comes right back on. Seat is totally empty. Seat belt's unbuckled. No idea. All right, let's do this. Merging onto the highway. And here we go, gently merging onto I-25 now. We want to hit 70 miles an hour by the time we hit the end of the on-ramp, so that's exactly what we're shooting for. And 68, 69, 70, 71, locked in, great. Autopilot on, not at 80, we want to go 71. We're going to have to change the autopilot settings there. And weirdly, there's nothing in the passenger seat, and for some reason the vent is staying on. We might try and troubleshoot it. I've turned everything off and on with no weight in the seat. I don't know, but I'm not too worried about it. It shouldn't cause too much extra drain on the car, but you know, always try to optimize everything as long as we can. Let's cruise, and I'll update you how this goes throughout the drive as usual. Again, the live stream might cut out through here as usual. Yeah, there's nothing in the passenger seat. I've turned it off, I've turned it on. I'll do it again just to double check. Off, on, and it just keeps turning itself back on. Don't really have an explanation as to why that would be the case. There's literally, the seat's completely empty. Ah, you know what? You're right. You're totally right. Rear fan was on. Off. Good. Thank you for that. How's the live stream looking video quality wise? Is there any shaking, weird noises other than the Great. Yeah, the buffering part's very common on this stretch, so that's typical for our runs, unfortunately. But the shaking, as long as shaking's good, as long as video quality's good, I'm happy. And I should do an update, let everyone know we figured out the air vent thing. Well, thanks to the live stream viewers for really helping us out here. We figured out the air vent situation just after we merged onto the highway, so I'm really happy about that. I had the rear fan on, which now we don't, so now it's just coming out of the driver's side vents. Probably doesn't make a big difference, but I'm glad the majority of the test can be run without the rest of the vents on. That is pretty good. So, yep, we got some distance to cover here in the Model Y. We're at 97%. We are going to keep cruising along. Beautiful, perfect day for a range test here in northern Colorado. Mountains are looking great. I have no idea what time we'll be done, but probably after dark, I would think, if this thing goes far enough. So let's see what happens. We're just cruising along. Sorry for putting my hand here. I just wanted to make sure that the camera is getting some good quality airflow so it doesn't overheat on us. Yep, it's AT&T. Yeah, I feel like the early Model 3s, the first few off the line, were just the most solid and certainly seemed to hold up really well. And I traded my long-range rear-wheel drive for a performance as well years ago, and I still miss my long-range rear-wheel drive. Just awesome. someone off. I was just moving over to pass this RV situation, but it looks like he sped up. So we'll let this crowd go by. Ooh, what ICE car am I looking forward to becoming electric? Good question. A Suburban. We really need like a big, large family hauler that's electric. And it sounds like the EV9 is not going to be big enough. The R1S is not big enough. The R1S, in my opinion, should have been the R1T wheelbase. Yeah, I think I misjudged getting in the left back there. Well, when I first got in the left, no one was behind us. I was like, okay, we'll just walk on by this dude. But turns out he's still going the speed we need him to go. We got one more car to pass. Come on, Camry, hit the throttle. We got to merge over. I'm indicating, sliding in. There we go. We want no drafting advantage, but I had to find our spot to go for a pass. Yeah, Ford could just make the Expedition electric by making it, put it on the Lightning platform. Shouldn't be hard. Same with GM, though. They can put it on the Silverado EV platform, the Suburban. Range Rover EV, yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be sweet. If I miss your comments, by the way, as usual, feel free to restate them. I'm not always looking over at the comments. Electric Bronco would be pretty awesome, absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to the electric G-Wagon. It's got crawler gears, it's going to be sweet. Any plans to meet with Aptera? I've already met with all of them, but just waiting for them to start series production before I really cover it. This Model Y does have ultrasonic sensors, yes. But my colleague Ryan just bought a Model 3 LFP today without them. So that's pretty cool. Colton to do a build quality of the M2. You know, he could, but here's the thing. BMWs pull their cars off the line for like extra quality checks, their press cars. There's like a specific internal option code. It's like 984. I forget exactly what it is, but option code something. And so it's not really, I would say, customer representative if they pull it off the line and go through it with a fine-tooth comb before we review it for like fit and finish stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be like a car we really get to cover closely. Yeah, it'll buffer a lot around here for sure. Current speed, always 70 miles an hour constant. We're going to range test the Model 3 LFP this week, right on this same loop. Yeah, I will make a video about the battery degradation soon. It's a few percent. Actually, a little bit more than a few percent, but I'll include that detail in this at the end of the range test and everything. I just want to see what numbers it gets before I share what it says, because I'm not sure the battery health test is 100% relative to degradation. It might take into other factors, is kind of what I'm thinking. Yes, I've driven Skoda Enyaq and I've made a video with one. And I have not done any testing on the 4680 Model Y. That's what I was hoping to get from Hertz, but the guy at Hertz didn't really know for sure, and he thought that he had one, but he didn't. So, yeah, still looking for a 4680 Model Y to test, hopefully soon. It is 74 degrees right now, and Tesla isn't so temperature sensitive with a heat pump. They seem to do well in a wide range of temperatures. We are crossing into Wyoming. Welcome to Wyoming, where we have passed the sign with 90% state of charge. I always say we're going to get a good result if we have 90 or above state of charge by the time we pass that sign, and well, we do right here. So let's continue. Let's see what happens throughout the test, and yeah, it should be a great test. I'll update you at 75% next. Yeah, well, actually what Tesla does is they show higher discharge, more quick discharge up top, and then it slows down to the bottom. It's like not a direct, perfect representation of the battery pack percentage. So it's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, basically that because of some buffers below zero, it looks like you're discharging faster than you actually are when you first start driving. I don't think this thing will do 300 miles on a charge. We'll see if it does. It'll be interesting. Yeah, the discharge does slow down as it decreases because it hides those 3 kilowatt hours below zero. And so it hits zero before it's actually at zero. But 100 is actually 100. Yes, long range with the 20-inch induction wheels. So it's 316 EPA, I believe. Yeah, 282 would be a great result if we could hit that. But I don't think this thing's hitting 300. $270, yeah, I think that feels about right. You know, the Nissan Ariya I ran last week got 240 miles, 245 if we went a little bit further, I guess. And that was having a much bigger battery pack than this, almost, you know, 8 kilowatt hours more usable than this car. And the efficiency so far is looking pretty good. Just breaking open some snacks, the traditional road trip kit, of course. Did not have Starbucks today again. Actually been cutting back on Starbucks. Yeah, if I'm able to find a bigger pack to put in the Leaf, I'm definitely going to do something with the original battery pack. I don't know if it's going to be a story on recycling the battery and doing something cool with it and tracking it, which is really kind of what I want to do, or stationary storage or something. I have to return this Model Y with 70% state of charge to Hertz. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to bring my dad's 3 out to Colorado now that Ryan has an LFP Model 3. I'm not sure. I might swap in my performance for his LFP for a bit, though. Where it's a little bit up in the air. I think the Model 3 LFP is just the best. It's so good. The 10% challenge becoming something, well, Inside EVs doesn't really do any testing anymore. So, I mean, yeah, it's just something we do. But I'm liking the 10% challenge. I think I am going to include a metric for how long the handshake time takes. I'm not going to count that towards the 15 minutes of charging, but I do think it's important to talk about handshake times. But again, a lot of that's on the charger and not so much the car, and the point here is to do a car showcase. But it is interesting to time the handshake. I met a friend here in Colorado yesterday who has a Model. Why did Inside EV stop range tests? Because I was the one doing them. I'm like, I'm not going to do it for you guys anymore. I'm going to make them for my own channel. Tom does most testing on his personal channel and then just writes an article about them. The only thing left at Inside EVs that I do is just the podcast, and you guys can imagine how badly I want to put that under the Out of Spec brand. But I don't know if that'll happen or not. I believe Motorsport Network just changed hands as well, who owns Inside EVs, so it was sold to someone, I think, I don't know. But basically, I mean, I just put Inside EVs. It's been great, a great way to start out. We really, met a lot of people, gained a lot of connections, and it was awesome. But at the same time, I was always up front with them. I'm like, hey, we're doing this just until we can do our own thing. And then it just, kind of found that breakover point. Probably waited a bit too long, where I was like, we can do everything on our side now. Thanks. And we still have a great relationship. They still write about it. We're still friends with everyone over there. I still do their podcast every week, of course. So it's all good. I should have bought Inside EVs. Actually, I mean, I think we could have done a lot with it. They wanted a lot of money for it. Would have been cool, though. And they didn't want to separate it from Motor One. But Inside EVs is part of a network of like 16 or 18 different outlets. I forget exactly how many there are, but you can go to motorsportnetwork.com and see all of them. Nice people. Really nice people. Well, they've been bought and sold a few times over the years, Inside EVs. I'm not sure what the most recent status is. I just heard some rumblings that they changed hands somewhere. Hey, we're going the same speed as this hay. And we gotta pass this guy. Oh, and he's exiting. Thank goodness. I hate drag racing trucks. Yeah, database makes no money, really. I mean, we should do it. We need a better way to manage the data that we're generating. And what I think we're going to do is just keep it basic, keep Google Sheets up there. I mean, I tried to spin up a website last year called Swerve Autos, and it was fine and it was working. It was just very expensive to get off the ground. And yeah, I mean, we'll do it eventually, and that's going to be a great place to house all of our data. So there's just honestly so many projects that I got pulled in too many directions, and I've told this story too, where I'm like, okay, let's get the core focus down, and then we can work on the expansion probably a little bit more seamlessly. People on Twitter are too sensitive. Oh yeah, absolutely, it's crazy, really crazy. That's really why I don't interact much on Twitter. I just post. Yeah, we have a few free DC fast chargers that I know of around. They're increasingly rare, though. Super douchey going for the pass. It's actually a good looking truck. The Model S Plaid on track yesterday. and it's not doing so healthy, unfortunately. The right rear assembly broke. I'm not sure why, I'm not sure what component. We had, you know, different wheels, tires, brakes put on the car, so work has been done back there. It's also been in an accident, but it was on the other side of the car. This side was all left stock from pre-accident, so I'm not sure what's going on, but we got to lift it up and see what's going on. Yeah, it's not just the caliper, it's the whole rear assembly was vibrating and gyrating. So I was like, we thought originally it was just the caliper. We're like, oh, well, maybe it just backed itself out. But then we jammed the caliper back in place, and I was basically driving to Drew's shop, to the Martian Wheels warehouse, with no brakes. I mean, I could use them, and the car would stop, but you know, we'd have to get out and then readjust the caliper. So I would like put it in track mode. I had regen dialed up to full. When I'd get to 3 miles an hour, it would let me throw it in reverse, and that's how I would come to a stop. And it was pretty funny little vlog, and it wasn't unsafe because the brake pedal still worked. It was a one-time use, more or less. And you could use it more than once, but it would just damage stuff. So I was like, oh, okay, well, let's make a great little vlog. And then like halfway through, it started vibrating really bad, and then like really bad, and then Colton calls me up. He's like, I think your wheel's about to fall off. And I'm like, what? It felt really bad. So we limped it at like 12 miles an hour for 6 miles to Drew's shop after that. So I don't know. We'll get it, put it on a lift probably tomorrow and see what's going on with it. So far, no phantom braking this drive. This car is vision only, no radar on this one. Yeah, I mean, we did pre-track tests on it, torqued down the wheels, let some air out of the tires. Everything looked fine. There was no reason to believe anything would really happen bad. And I was on lap 3 and in a full ABS braking zone, just standing on the brake pedal, and I came off the brake pedal and the car kept braking. And I was like, what? And then, you know, the car popped up with all the brake overheated messaging, but that's not unusual for track use. And I usually just ignore the brakes are overheated message. But then I went around a couple more corners, another braking zone, and I was like, oh, something's not right. So, you know, cooled it off, brought it into the pits, and it just was making the worst scraping noise ever. And it turned out that the caliper back, like the bottom bolt was gone, and it was just scraping the inside of the Martian wheel. And yeah, so it's going to need a new caliper, it's going to need a new brake rotor, it's going to need new wheel and tire, of course. And I think I'm going to put a spicier tire on it. But then it, you know, that's all we thought it was going to be, and we're like, okay, that's weird. Some anomaly that the brake caliper bolt backed out. You know, Timon was the last one to put it together, but he torqued it to spec, so I don't know. And yep, so then driving home, we're like, and then Colt calls like, your wheel's about to fall off, and I'm like, well, what the heck? So it's very possible that there was another problem that put so much stress on the caliper bracket or something that caused the bolt to shear out. We really need to get it on a lift before we know. It's just a question mark. But it's all part of the fun. step in DC charging, I think it needs to be site level load management to maximize your grid connection with the amount of satellite dispensers that you can have. Yep, 800 amp CCS should be cool. How long will it be till we see something like the Sortimo Park in the U.S.? I don't know. I don't think we've seen anything else like that in the entire world yet. That is truly incredible. And what's crazy is that video is brought up every day in some way or another. I'm talking about that. Yeah, no, the Sortimo Park just gets brought up a lot, but we haven't seen anything like it in the U.S. And there's a lot of different people wanting to do innovative things in charging, including me. I'd love to put in our own DC fast chargers. I've been talking about it for so long. I've been having meetings with the Colorado government about what funding is available and this, that, and the other. And honestly, it kind of looks like it might start coming together this year, which would be really cool for us to own and operate our own sites. But I wouldn't really do it to make any money. I just want to do it to show the YouTube viewers what goes into it, and also to provide a service to people in northern Colorado. We have almost no fast chargers up here, so it'd be kind of cool to get in this space. If anything, just from an educational standpoint. Yeah, the Baker charger looks pretty cool. I gotta go out to California and film some of these mega supercharger ones. If we build our own fast charger, what idle fees are we charging? Good question. I think what we would try to do, I mean, ideally the idle fees would go to people waiting in line behind you. But there's no real way to do that I can think of that's universal. So, I don't know. It's got to be at least $5 a minute. And yeah, after 80%, we might charge like an additional, our kilowatt hour rate might increase by 25% just to discourage top charging. But I think honestly at first it's probably going to be pretty underutilized, so like who cares, just charge. But once the site starts getting some traffic, then it'd be kind of fun to implement these things and actually have the viewers decide, and through polls or through some viewer interaction, have you guys decide what we charge for these things. But again, I really think it's a slim chance that it'll come through. At least that's what I'm telling myself, to not get excited. But there's quite a bit of funding out there. It's still going to cost us a lot of money. I don't think I can see any ROI other than the YouTube benefit of educating you guys. It is possible to get an EV from charging, but you have to use, you know, that EV communicate its stuff. Oh, phantom brake, first one. If they're idling for more than 10 minutes, drain their battery down to 0. That'd be great. Yeah, 100%. I'm leaning towards just doing I actually want to have, so the idea, and this is just an idea, so don't get too excited, but the idea is we would build one initial test location, a charging site, that we would basically install a bunch of different equipment. ChemPower for sure, probably ABB Terra 360, maybe a Alpitronic Hyper 400 when it comes to the US. If they come to the US, and just some different stuff. Autel DC fast charger for sure, and really make it a place where not only are we there to charge cars, but everything will be pulled through. We'd have an unmanned, sort of like that BK World, sort of unmanned cube where you can buy coffee and pizza machine. And I really want it to be a showcase of what's possible for charging in America, and have charge point operators, charging companies come to our site and experience it, see the different equipment, test the different equipment, and really film that entire process with you guys. It'd be really cool to be involved with that. The other side of it too is I think there's a severe shortage of technicians who are trained to work on DC fast charging equipment. I would want either a local community college or high school or different programs to also utilize the facility to learn how to build, fix, and maintain this equipment. And to be honest, if we were to take that angle, there's also educational grants that would be open potentially to us also building out the site. And of course, let's not forget the amount of education that we could provide through YouTube of just the entire process of permitting, and then picking the chargers and doing all of this. So I think it's a cool idea. The problem is I don't have $5 million to dump into a site that's not going to make any money in the foreseeable future. Holy shit, it's a BZ4X in the middle of Wyoming. What? Actually, I think it was a Solterra. What is that doing here? That was crazy. Just driving down there's no chargers along I-80. That's crazy. Yeah, GoFundMe. I mean, this site's going to cost $4 to $5 million the way I want to do it, and I think it's doable. There's enough grant money out there. We have something called Plaza funding, which is like our NEVI funding plans. We would put it in a place that's potentially in an underprivileged community. I've already have some slight site selections that would be kind of cool, and so we're kind of deep into this now, but. I still have not really spoken to all parties to say yes, if you put it here, you would be approved for this grant. So I also kind of don't like the idea of grant funding. I want charging to be possible in the private sector without any government help, but the honest truth is it's not possible. And part of that I want to show is how bad the business case is for fast charging right now. So I don't know, lots of possibilities. This is where a lot of my focus has been, along with Rate Your Charge. Could be cool. I also don't know ethically. I don't think we would ever build something big. I just before we get too ahead of ourselves. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with this charging site. Either way, I should be back now, hopefully. Okay, should be back. Great, I'm back. We always lose connection through here. Our test for Model 3 rear-wheel drive is happening this week. Should be back now. Someone asked about Model Y long range versus performance. I think spend the money for the performance is my personal opinion. It looks great, really rips. I mean, this long range is more than enough car for most people, but I think it's only a couple grand more, maybe $4 more. And I think you're going to get all that back when you go to sell it on the back end, or at least half of it back. Cabin sounds noisy. Hey, Colton, welcome to the live stream. Cabin is not the quietest we've tested, that's for sure. But I don't think it's as bad as like earlier cars were. Brandon Flash is in the chat as well. Welcome, Brandon. Test is going well. We are at 77% state of charge. We have 286 watt-hour per mile so far at 70. But again, it's always a little bit better efficiency heading this way, but holy smokes. I don't notice the active noise cancellation in my S that much, to be honest. And it's always stuck on calibrating. Yes, long way to go. Started it a little bit late in the day. And it also took forever to complete charging. It took an hour from 100% to complete. Yeah, it's not the quietest car in here. on this is 6 of 22. So it's 10 months old. Max kilowatt I saw charging, you mean at the session before this one? Because I was at a slow charger, so I saw 86 kilowatts peak. But I've seen over 250 with it. I literally kicked on autopilot and it yelled at me at the exact same time. I listened to that interview with RJ and MKBHD. I thought it was great. MKBHD, Marquez is just awesome. And I've been lucky enough to go on his podcast before, and we're working on the next show. Maybe sometime soon, we'll see. This construction zone was not here last week when we ran the Aria. I haven't seen my dad's CCS video from today. I hope it's good. Well, we're lucky we're not stuck behind a slow car, because that would really blow the whole test through here. They just must have spent all their time putting up cones. And for no real reason, as far as I can tell. Like do a small section at a time. 75%. Time to do an update. You join me at 75% state of charge, and so far we have driven 68 miles and we've burned 19 kilowatt hours at 277 watt hour per mile. Again, none of this really means anything until we start making the return loop, but so far so good. And Model Y is a little bit noisier than some other cars I've recently tested. I still think very livable, and the suspension's not as bad as I recall as well. I'm not 100% sure if this has the new comfort suspension or not, but Model Y just feels like the car. It just does everything well. And yep, so let's keep cruising. This is the world's longest construction zone. But good thing we're not stuck behind any slow cars here. That would be that would suck. I don't think Lucid's going to up the DC to DC booster. I see no reason really why they need to do that, especially with version 4 superchargers not far away. It's going to be not really a big problem in the near term, or I should say in the long term. Model Y is like, pay attention, but I'm literally putting maximum force on the wheel before it kicks off of autopilot. There we go, codes for nothing. Out of Spec Ranch, Wyoming isn't out of the question. It's just a far drive into Fort Collins if we were to go up 287 or something like that. Out of ABB Signet chargers, what did I say are the best? Out of those two, I'd say probably ABB. What would I think about other charging hardware? Well, the ones I'm really excited about, Tesla, I think is just nailing it. Their superchargers rock. Kempower, of course, just has a proven track record. Alpitronic, proven track record. ABB, some great products, some not so great products. Welcome to Nebraska. Yeah, Delta I thought was going to be a really good one, but just so many down chargers with Delta stuff. It's a little bit surprising. I haven't driven too much in Casper to know if there's more phantom braking there than somewhere else. Yeah, EVgo's been doing a lot with Delta. I like that they go up to 540 amps. They really rip. But I just see so many problems with them. But that's just all anecdotal. That's just my impression. I don't know the actual numbers. It's kind of staggering how few people charge on EVgo compared to Electrify America, though. Oh, I just felt a little phantom hesitation there. Yes, that sounds like Love 2 charging to me. Has EVgo stated that they're going to be a corridor charging network or sticking with Metro only? Well, it looks like, especially with EVgo Extend and their flying... Panda Express DC fast chargers, that would be awesome. Roadwork 2 miles. Does that mean it's 2 miles long or in 2 miles? And there is a truck up there. So do we risk it and go for it? I think we should exit and not risk it. Looks like we are heading into another construction zone. They've set up a bunch, and I can see we're slightly gaining on a truck up there. So even though we're at 70% state of charge right now, I'm gonna pull us off just so we can maintain 70 miles an hour, and we'll just run up and down the open section of highway here. I don't want to get stuck behind a truck going, 55, especially in a construction zone. So safer, I think, just to pull off here, make a U-turn, and head back to where we were going. I'm pretty sure this is the exact exit that we took in the Nissan Aria, and we are definitely at much higher state of charge than we were in that vehicle when we took this exit. So time will tell, but I'm thinking that the results are looking pretty positive for the Model Y. Another Nebraska traffic jam through here. So let's just knife through traffic. We'll squeeze through and make a U-turn, head back the other way, do a couple loops probably on this road, and then we'll pop down I-25 as we get closer to the end of the test. Autopilot working great. Only had one phantom brake and one phantom hesitation so far. I think a much improvement from before, but now we're actually going to be heading more directly into the sun. So we'll see if it gets any worse as we head up this way. And yep, let's cruise. Put this thing on autopilot. We got the sun directly at us. Hopefully no major phantom braking with the sun at us. We will see. Consumption so far is 275 watt-hour per mile. Thanks for watching, appreciate it. Hey from Napa, my friend Chris is in the chat. If anyone has questions about wine, Chris is the wine guy. How big is the backlog for motoring road trips? So long. Unbelievable. It's crazy. We have so much editing to do. Editing group, actually everything you see me in, I pretty much edit. We have editors, but yeah, pretty much I edit all my stuff. But it doesn't really take me long. Everything I do, you guys see when I film videos, it's all pretty much one take. And so I just line the clips up, put a cross dissolve in there, and send it to YouTube. It really actually doesn't take that much time. It's more like file management that takes time, like transferring videos and stuff. So we actually cut back on the editor side. And my dad edits his own stuff. He's great at it. You'll see Alyssa start presenting for the guide channel pretty soon. So if you have any guide video topics you want to listen to cover, let us know. Is the Model Y much quieter than the Model 3? No, I don't get that impression at all. I actually think a new Model 3 might be quieter, but I'd have to sit in them back to back. Yeah, we did actually put up a Final Alaska video. I think, I haven't watched it, but Alyssa found the last clips and scrounged them together. We lost a ton of footage from that trip, and none of us really know where it went. Yeah, dog modes and EVs, definitely a topic Alyssa's going to cover. She's also going to review cars as sort of like a normal person review. So like the out-of-spec reviews will stay the same. The range, the charging test, the now 10% challenges, the nerdy driving impressions, that's all going to stay the same, but she's going to give a pretty much more normal take on the car. So yeah, this is going to be a long live stream. We have 68% state of charge remaining. And we've been going for a while. Yeah, she's going to do like everyday EV driver reviews. Absolutely. That's the idea. Not super nerdy, more practical focus, trunk space, estimated range, estimated charge time, no hardcore testing. Thanks so much for the super chat, Adam. Appreciate that. Appreciate the reviews. Thank you. That's all great. Awesome news. Good stuff. Yeah, the Zero bikes trip across Montana. Holy crap. That footage is somewhere. One day that'll get released, I hope. Gosh, so many cool things we've done that we've never posted. And like, there's so many things that we've done that you guys don't even know about, that I forgot about, that we shot, and it's great. So, yeah. We're really lucky we get to do a lot of cool stuff. We had the new BMW M2 this week on test, which was really fun, and we were ripping it around the track, and then like the tires were looking good, and then the tires weren't looking so good. So I called BMW and said, hey, I'm going to order you a set of tires, but you got to let us keep the car for another few days so we can mount them. They're like, oh, that's great, thanks so much, like awesome. So it's going to go back to them on a fresh set of tires, but now we got to do some drifting to burn off the existing tires on there. So I think we're going to do a whole video on Model 3 performance versus M2, Tesla's drift mode versus BMW combustion drifting, which would be really fun. By the Conquest motorhome. That's how you know we're going slow. Now I do believe it does go down to one lane up here. Right now we're the slowest car, so I'm totally cool with that. But it should go to 2 lanes quicker than it did coming the other way. And we are back in Wyoming. Yeah, not sure on what we're going to do with the Model S yet. We got to figure out what the problem is first. Yeah, so I believe it goes down to one lane for like a mile or two here. Yep, but it should open up way earlier than the other side. Got a train going full throttle here on the right. It's actually accelerating quicker than you would think. Ooh, phantom brake. Oh, he's giving a horn. We'll honk too. Oh no, I see brake lights. Why? Why are we braking? Because there's a dude here who says slow. What is going on? Alright, hopefully we'll go right up to speed after this. Oh yeah, everyone's accelerating. Good. Alright, that's fine. An iMeave is like worth $3,000, maybe $2. The prices are inflated right now. Shaking in here. Where did I get the Model Y from? It's from Hertz. Sorry for not getting back to all the comments. It's just the phone screen's gone dark with the light staring at it, so it's slightly overheating. How's Hertz been? Yep, once I give it back, I'm going to make a whole video review of renting the Model Y from them and how it all went and everything I experienced and all of that stuff. Yep. And why you should always get the insurance. Because someone keyed this car. talks about the 3 years on the Inside EVs podcast. That's right. Maybe one day we'll turn that into the Out of Spec podcast. Be a lot cooler. Starbucks drink. It is delicious. I'm sure someone in the comments can tell you what it is. If not, I will let you know. No one's gotten the full order yet, though. Yeah, there we go. Ben's got it, but I've just started to add another request, which is needed. So it's a Trenta strawberry acai, light ice, no water, no inclusions, but now extra shaken as well. And my local baristas at my local Starbucks, they know how to do it just right. faster. That's right. Gotta be annoying though is because now the Starbucks are doing their own diet. Give my dad a quick call and see how he's doing. Calling Out of Spec Dave.
Hello, Connor.
Mom.
Hi.
Say hello to the live stream viewers.
Oh, wow. Hello, live stream viewers. Out of Spec Mom here.
That's right.
Where are you driving to?
Actually driving to nowhere.
Excellent. Are you doing a range test?
Range test.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the weather like there?
Perfect. 73.
It's 73 degrees here too, and rain.
I've heard of a Lucid before.
It's very fancy.
It looks.
I guess the most awesome massage.
Oh yeah, the massaging seats are very good.
They're excellent. 5 different settings. I like 4 out of the 5. Very good.
Okay, very good.
What car are you range testing today?
A Tesla Model Y long range.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's seemingly very efficient. I'm 108 miles into the test and I'm getting 84 watt-hour per mile.
19s.
No, 20s.
Wow.
Huh.
I think it's better efficiency than you see in your Lucid.
Hey.
So they have here.
That's right. But this has the big wheels too, let's be honest.
Okay then. But
Listen,
ours are 21s.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I know, yeah.
Our wheels are bigger than your wheels.
I've got a better coefficient of drag, so I don't care what you said.
Okay. Actually, what is your coefficient of drag?
I know. It's equal to the Mercedes EQS at 0.2. Well, don't ask me 0.2 what. I don't know.
Well,
0.2.
this is also 0.2 something.
Yeah, it's like 0.29.
It's actually not. It's 0.23. Very good.
So it was on the way for Kate was visiting us down here, and it was, right on the way home for her. So it was a quick, easy stop for dinner. So she's on her way back, and we're
3-channel dash cam hardwired today by a guy in Naples. Did a great job. Walked into his shop. He was back in an industrial park.
Yeah.
And, it was in a retail location. It was kind of, we opened the garage door, and it was just immaculate inside there, and he had trophies all over the place. Trophies were for, and he said, 4 car stereo competitions.
Oh, interesting.
And, yeah, the guy is like the real deal. He was super nice. It took him 2 hours to do it, and the thing is that he didn't want to tap into the into the center console up top by the rear view mirror.
Okay.
Because he read on the Lucid Owners forum that people said that there's a lot of things in there that you don't want to touch. So he said he found that there was a 12-volt accessory plug in the back of the car on the passenger side in a compartment, and that's where he tapped into it. He put a 4 amp circuit breaker on it, and it's switched so it won't stay on or goes off. Both units will go off as well.
Yeah,
He
good.
could have wired it so they'd be hard. Yeah, so this guy really knew what he was doing. It was good. And he hit the wires really well, so I'm pleased.
Very nice.
Yeah, he only charged me for 1 hour of labor. It took him 2.
Wow.
So, nice guy.
Great. Alrighty. Well, we were just saying, hey.
All right.
Well, hey. And,
Are you by yourself?
We're doing a YouTube live stream, but yep, just by myself.
Oh.
when we get home, we'll pop onto your live stream and watch it.
Yeah, I gotta make a donation of 99 cents. What the heck?
Yeah, you got to do a 99-cent situation.
Yeah. Hey, the other day, some guy gave me $9.99 just for me being
Oh,
unbelievable.
nice.
I was like, wow.
How did he do that?
Great.
I don't know. He just
walked
one of
up
the
to you?
comments on the YouTube video.
Oh, I see. You can pay to comment on YouTube videos now.
I didn't know that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, listen.
Be careful.
Yeah. Be
Well, there's
careful.
not much to hit out here, Mom.
Well, I don't know. Moose might be crossing the street. I don't know where
There's
you
no
are.
moose
Wyoming?
here.
A moose in Wyoming?
We might have some tumbleweeds.
Yeah, tumbleweed's probably the worst thing you're going to see out here.
All right. Well, we'll tap on when we get home.
No, I was in the pool today at the condo. And all of a sudden it started raining, and then it started pouring rain, and it was surreal. It was like bubbling. It looked like the pool was bubbling, like boiling.
I guess it was the only person.
Yeah, I was the only person in the pool.
That's
You
funny.
gotta-
Well,
you
you would
can't
never
pick
catch
your-
me doing
You can't
that.
pick your spots.
Yeah.
No, I know you would. Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay.
All
Well,
right, Kyle,
enjoy
we'll
your
talk to you
night.
later.
All right,
Goodbye.
have fun. Okay. Bye-bye.
So it sounds like my parents went to Texas Roadhouse for dinner with my little sister and her boyfriend. So they're living up to the out-of-spec tradition. We love to see that. Let's clean the windshield? Sure, let's give it a go. It will make no difference. Oh, the wipers are totally screwed up on this car. Yeah, I think that made it worse. Stop commenting bad suggestions. Things are looking good. We're at 56% state of charge at the moment. We've got 115 miles. Sun straight on is brutal. Wow, I feel like I'm getting sunburnt in this car. We really need to get tints on everything. Lightyear on the way. I know. I mean, let's see how those auctions play out. I mean, if they're really as cheap as, if no one's bidding on them, sure, but I doubt it. Yep, I've had a couple of phantom brakes. I think just 2 so far. Better than other Tesla tests so far. Perhaps the software is improving. I am on, let's take a look what software version. I am on 11.1, 2023.6.11. Efficiency's looking pretty good on the way back. We're at 292 watt-hour per mile right now, but that's also made the climb up here to Cheyenne, so we'd actually lose some heading back down to the Fort Collins area. And I think that's probably what I'm going to do, is just because the sun's right at us, I'm probably going to run up. EA did not reach out about the discrepancy in the Lucid charging, but Lucid did and provided pretty good info. I need to do a little bit more testing. Yeah, sorry, I know I was out the last few minutes. I just got back. But yeah, well, I'll make a video about it at some point soon. It's actually, I think you guys will find it really interesting. I have to do a couple more tests though. How's the ride quality? Well, it's not terrible, but it's not soft and cushy. But you know, when you balance the performance of the car, it's a fairly okay trade-off, I think. I have not received any communication from EA in a year. So nope, no response from them. Not sure really what it would do, to be honest. It must be less than a year since I talked to them, because the last time I ever did something with them was when I did the Lucid testing and I got stuck in a charger. Wow, Mustang Mach-E just drove by on the road down below us. Man, Wyoming's getting a few electric cars out here. Pretty cool to see. Thank you for the 99 cents, Dad. Appreciate the support. Actually. Oh, cop ripping it. Where's this dude going? He was full send. I'm a cactus blossom guy. Maybe it's a good thing we turned around early. All the cops are ripping behind us. Aha, Chris, thank you so much. Appreciate that, sir. Actually, Lucid was saying, well, I'll make a video about what the issues were. I thought it was cool. Lucid pulled all the data from the charging session. I haven't even told my dad about this yet. But I want to review it all before I tell you what they're saying, because I have to read through it. They sent a lot of detail. It was great. I got graphs, charts, the whole bit. And it was really shocking. Yes, cactus blossom, nice. We had one last night. We went to Texas Roadhouse after the track day. We are at 50% state of charge. I just want to not draft on this guy. I think our speed limits are the same. We are still on the return, and we are at 50% state of charge. Just ticked down to 49. We've done 130 miles so far, and we've done 290 watt-hour per mile. But keep in mind, Cheyenne's sort of the high point of this drive. As we go back into Colorado, we're going to lose some elevation. So I expect to end the test with better efficiency than this. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what will happen. We just ticked over 13,000 miles as well. And yep, so let's continue cruising. We're going basically the same speed of this truck, but we're not holding anyone up. I just hate to drag race trucks like this. Always a little bit annoying. And all is good. Just cruising along, no complaints. I saw a whole bunch of police running that way behind us, so I don't think we're going to loop back on I-80. If anything, what we'll probably do is just run up and down I-25 until we're out of juice. So that's going to be the best plan. There we go, going for the pass. Come on, Tesla, you can do it. I've been to a Texas Roadhouse with EV chargers. There's one in Texas at, gosh, why can't I remember the name of this city? El Paso, Texas. And another one in Kalamazoo, Michigan. out of spec had an alcoholic beverage, what would it be? Be like a mix between a Michelob Ultra and the nicest glass of wine ever. It would be like a very out of spec, sort of class of drink, just like both ends of the spectrum. We are maintaining pretty good pace around here. Let's merge over to get up to 70. Yeah, I'm not really an IPA guy though. Colton's really our alcoholic go-to reviewer. Not saying he's an alcoholic, just saying he has a good taste for alcohol, which I don't really have. He saw a police military helicopter in Rawlins. Yeah, it looked. Okay, someone's onto something here. Espa buns versus Texas Roadhouse buns. Now, I've had both. And Alyssa and I, we got Espa buns when we were in Espa at the Shell station in Norway. And they were great. But I think Texas Roadhouse buns are better. So we might have to start a little war, or a little taste test, rather, of Espa buns versus Texas Roadhouse buns. Texas Roadhouse buns needs the cinnamon butter though. Espa buns are pretty good on their own. Call, you can put on to mute. I am back now. Sorry about that. About to cross into Colorado. Let's do it. Welcome to beautiful, welcome to colorful Colorado. I inserted the beautiful by accident. How do live streams help the channel? I don't really think they do. It's just a fun thing to do with you guys. Helps me pass the time. Plans to check out the Chem Power units in Minnesota? Hell yes. My travel plans are a little bit crazy, but yep, I plan to go as soon as I can. It's our watt hour per mile, 288. Do I prefer watt hour per mile or mile per kilowatt hour? I personally prefer watt hour per mile. I think that's maybe just because I've got, when I started to work out with electric cars with Teslas, but I think it's nicer to get a more granular update on efficiency. And yeah. Do I have any plans to drive an Aptera prototype? Well, I could. They've invited me to do it. But I'm not sure it's worth making a video if we aren't sure they will make it to series production yet. And I don't typically test things unless I'm pretty sure they're going to make it to series production. Give you an update? Sure thing. We are at 44% state of charge. We've driven 145 miles using 42 kilowatt hours, which equals 288 watt hour per mile. 287 now. Is the ride still too harsh? No. I'm okay with the ride. I'd like to test a comfort suspension one though. car that I wish was real? I don't really know. I haven't seen that many movies. I'm not really a movie guy. Does Jordan work for us? No, but he wants to come back and do some part-time stuff. He asked if he could do some motorcycle videos with Zero, and yeah, I could talk to him and see what he wants to do. But it's been like a long time since Jordan left. EV-specific tire testing. Yeah, it's just very difficult. Like, I would like to do more tire videos because I'm kind of a tire nerd, and I'm friends with Tire Reviews on YouTube. He has some of the best tire content out there ever. The problem is, I just find that whenever I make a tire-related video, they just never do well. People aren't that interested. I'm fascinated with it, though. I've been able to spend a week at the Goodyear training facility and with their tire engineers learning all about electric adapted tires, and it's really cool. Oh, cool that the drifting video got you to buy a modern spare tire. I mean, those things really took a pounding. It was pretty impressive what they did. I think we could break our cannonball record with a Plaid. Yep. But I actually think a Model S long range would be better than a Plaid to use. Whoa, big phantom brake. Oh no, everything fell. That was the first big phantom brake. And it's still doing it. Ah, come on, Tesla. There we go. Yeah, perhaps the Lucid can do it. You'd have to have pretty good charging infrastructure, though. And I'm not sure the charging infrastructure can handle it. We'll see. It'd be interesting to run some simulations. Worst phantom braking I ever had was on the stretch from Green River to Grand Junction in the Utah desert. And my Model S was just driving and then full brakes. It was just crazy. Over and over and over for hours. It would even trigger forward collision warning on itself. Go beep, beep, beep. I'm like, what is going on? Now I know why you were asking about phantom braking in Casper, Wyoming. I got it now. Yeah, Tesla should offer lane centering without traffic aware cruise control. I sort of agree. I don't think they'll ever do it, but I really like that feature in the Hyundai Kia Genesis cars. I still don't understand why the car goes hard right whenever exit lanes come up. Like, it can't figure out where to stay on the road. It just kind of shows me that they haven't learned much. At least like they said they were going to learn from all of our inputs and all that stuff. I just think that's kind of BS. It's been years of them trying to take exits and then going, whoa, I got to go back into the travel lane. It was happening to me hardcore on I-70 the other day. Still no V11 on the Plaid, that's correct. Had another phantom brake. Something about this area or this lighting must be confusing the car. In the left lane. This road is just so beat up over here. I think we're going to get off at the exit we started with. We still have 39% state of charge, but I think we'll get off here, make a U-turn, and run back to Cheyenne and just do the typical efficiency test loop just because of the construction on I-80. So let's do that. So right now we're at 276 watt hour per mile, 164 miles in, 39% state of charge remaining. So I expect our final efficiency to be around, that 276 to 280, somewhere around there. And off we go. We are at 164 miles. With a truck behind us too. Not cool. Really not cool. Just got to keep your foot on the throttle in this thing. Unfortunately, it's very lighting dependent because we just drove up this stretch and didn't have a phantom brake at all. Still, when I let off, it wants to brake. Well, we've only gone 167 miles, so definitely still driving. We got a long way still left to go. Yeah, I've said what the percentage is probably 10 times throughout the drive. But we are at 37% right now. It changes every time I tell you because it goes down. So no problems on asking. 37%. Yeah, I think any electric semi content will do well. I actually was talking to Nicola about doing stuff with the tray. I basically was like, let me just charge it. Like a guy I know is now the head of PR. He just got the position there. So I was like, let's make some videos. Yes, by the time this car goes back to Hertz, the BMS is going to be so in line, there will be no question. Cool Ranch Dorito, the best. Takis, yeah, I like Takis too. Absolutely. Big brakes again. Come on, Tesla. Heck, can't even drive it in autopilot. Just wants to keep slamming on the brakes. There we are again. Slamming on the brakes. Why? And another big phantom brake. Come on. Definitely light dependent because we just ran this same road 2 hours ago and it did not did not slam on the brakes at all. I just have to manually keep my foot on the accelerator pedal. Clean the windshield, I don't know how. We're driving. And when you use the sprayer, the wipers suck in this car. I mean, this particular car has really bad wipers, but no wipers can get bugs off the windshield that easily. Yeah, I love manual cruise control. Wind noise, tire noise, yeah, how is it? It's not that bad. It's not the quietest though. Do I think Nissan or Toyota are in a worse spot bringing a competitive EV to market and catching up to the Koreans? Well, when they decide to put their mind to it and build something really competitive, they can do it, especially Toyota. But they just haven't. So, sad to see it, honestly. Still going. Where are we at? We are at 33% state of charge. We've driven 176 miles. We are averaging 281 watt-hour per mile. What do I think about Magic Dock? I made a whole video about it. It's on the Out of Spec Reviews channel. How many miles does this car have? We just crossed over 13,000. Yeah, weather's pretty good in the Front Range. Gets really hot in the summer, pretty cold in the winter. Good for vehicle testing, not great for consistency. This winter's just kind of dragged on a bit more than I would have liked. Because we'll have like a week of 80 degrees and then it snows the next week. And you're like, I don't know if I should take my winter tires off. And then of course, right when you do take your winter tires off, it snows. You'll be able to buy an adapter. That would be pretty cool, just to be able to make any supercharger work. Another big phantom brake right there with cars behind us. It like stops freaking out and then you're like, oh cool, we're good, and then it just slams on the brakes. I'll have a whole video on the health of the battery coming soon on this particular one. big fan to brake. And yes, I got service mode test to go. Again, I'm not 100% certain what the battery health is measuring. I don't think it's just straight degradation. I think it's some other factors. But yep, and I'm producing a whole video on that, so don't worry. Yeah, you hear that? I'm on the throttle. It just gave me forward collision warning for no reason. Good thing I'm touching the throttle, otherwise it would have slammed on the brakes with someone behind me. And there, it just did again because I lifted off. What the heck? It's all lighting. How many miles have we gone? 183. With a rear-wheel drive, which model? Model Y or Model 3? Have I driven the Civic? No, I haven't driven either the Civic Type R or the Corolla GR yet. Welcome to Wyoming. My dad has turned into a Lucid lover. He's like those really crazy stock investor people. But my Lucid's perfect. Well, BMW's never been known for making like a great manual transmission. I haven't sampled the M2 manual, just the automatic. I thought the automatic was pretty impressive for a torque converter. Well, my opinion isn't about like what company needs good or bad press. It's just what does the car do? And the Lucid does some really impressive stuff. I agree. It's great. So many things about that car rock. Yeah, well, they had the DCTs in the previous cars, but I don't know, I think the torque converter is probably cheaper to build, probably less maintenance intense. And like when you try and add a lot of power to the DSGs or the dual clutch ones that they had, yeah, you'll end up slipping clutches. But it still opens up the torque converter at a stop, so it's like you're sitting in neutral. It's pretty nice. Yep, totally. No company has gone in and built out a CCS network yet other than Tesla. And that's one of the reasons that they're having issues. Everyone is. carbon buckets might interfere with driving the manual. I haven't tried it yet. I actually love the carbon buckets for the automatic version that we have. It's really good. On like my first day of driving the M2, I was not into the seats. And then I did 550 miles in the car yesterday in the M2. And man, I was like loving every bit of it. It took me a while for that car to grow on me, actually. At first I was like, it's heavy, it's weird, like it's not a real hardcore car. And then taking it out on track, I was just like, oh, okay, this is getting better and better. And like, there's still room for spicier versions. It's not that hardcore, but just for what M2 stands for, like considering all the weight numbers and stuff, it does a pretty good job. I would go sunroof for sure. I mean, I ordered my F80 competition years ago. I took delivery of the first one in the US, and I had all the sporty bits, carbon ceramics, the whole bit, manual, and then a sunroof. And everyone was like, why'd you get a sunroof? Aren't you a hardcore driver? And I'm like, well, my car with a sunroof's been to like 20 track days more than your car with a carbon roof that you've never driven more than 100 miles an hour. you know what I mean? It's just like, just get the sunroof, in my opinion. I'm not a carbon fiber guy anyway, unless it's used for like structural rigidity or something like that. So I love sunroofs. And M cars honestly should be a daily driver that you can take to the weekend track day. So that's my whole review of the new M2 is it starts at my house, we wake up early, we drive to the track, we look at the efficiency down to the track, we rip it around, and then we got to drive all over the place last night because Drew had a flat tire, my Model S had issues, we had like to sort everything out and just did a lot of highway miles and then blasted back. And it was pretty much a 22-hour day, full day. And it was just a great car for it. Great sound system, really good. The carbon buckets rocked. They got better the more time I spent in them. What I really want, and I would actually go for it, is an M3 Touring in the US. Competition pack, all-wheel drive, wagon. Can't get a sunroof in the Touring, I don't think. I'd love the big pano roof. That would be awesome. Well, I think we should loop around here, and we'll probably have to do another run up and down, something like that, but this is an easy loop. We can do a double left. Nice juicy regen in this Model Y, feels good. Looks like we're driving down the wrong side. I assure you we are not. But I am being blinded. It's one of those double diamond diverging situations. I'm not sure how well the M2 review will come out or how much I'll have to explain sort of outside the car. I'm going to edit the footage after this, but we had to have the windows down for the track day, so I really don't know how good the mics picked stuff up. I know we had some dropouts on audio, just random issues. I'm not going to do any canyon driving in the M2. The roads are pretty nasty up there, so nope. liking the new action cameras over the GoPros? I think overall, yes. I have two issues with them. The first is when I turn stabilization on and I go around a corner, they really move and it like makes me sick to watch back the footage. But if I turn stabilization off, they're really jittery. So I don't know really how to dial it in because the mounts I'm using aren't perfect. So I need like a minor stabilization. And then the audio kind of sucks out of them, I think. You get a lot of bass, sadly. What's the motivation to test this particular Model Y? I try and test every electric car because that's what I've made my job to be on YouTube. Yeah, we'll see. If the M2 content does well, I might ask BMW for a manual one out in California. Because this is the only M2 we're getting in Denver is an automatic one. How's the Model Y long range so far? I like the Model Y a lot. Really a great car. I'm very happy in it. The seats are just great. UI's great. Visibility's great. It's all good. Yeah, I ordered a second set of tires for the M2 before it goes back to BMW. So I'm going to take it to finish off the set doing some big drifts at our little IMI circuit, I think, probably tomorrow or Wednesday. And just give it a good old big send off until the tires pop. How's it going? It's going great. We're actually at 25% state of charge. Time for an update. You join me now at 25% state of charge, and we are just cruising along, enjoying everything. Running up and down the I-25 section, which is great. We've driven 198 miles. We still have 25% left to go. And so really looking forward to seeing the results, especially knowing we can go a little bit past zero. We might actually be in for a pretty good number here. So we got more distance to cover, but 199 miles, still at 25%. Things are looking good here. I have no idea when we're going to see refreshes of anything. Oh, you're on a flight with Wi-Fi? That's awesome. Yeah, some of the I've been taking some planes recently that have had some like lightning fast and cheap Wi-Fi. It's been great. Delta has a really good Wi-Fi. United's just upgraded some of their new planes with some good juicy speeds. Would I go for a Model S Plaid or Model X Plaid? Well, do you need space or do you not? Because Model S Plaid has track mode, so to me that just answers my question right there. nice Range Rover with roof rails. So rare to see those with roof rails. Man, the whole world is out here today. What is going on? Oh, I've considered reviewing a Rimac. It just hasn't come through yet. It's not like they're on every corner, so I'd love to. I'd really love to. It's not like I can just get access to it easily, though. How many miles now? We're at 201 miles. Wow, y'all really want updates frequently. I can't even guess on the Cybertruck efficiency because we don't know much about it. We don't know exact OE tire compound or size. We don't know the weight of it. We don't know the coefficient of drag or surface area. We don't know internal rolling resistance if they're using permanent magnet motors or induction motors. There's just so much unknown that it would just be a dumb guess. We should just wait until it comes out and then we'll test it. iX or Model X? Oh, for me, iX all day long. I love the iX. Built so solid. CFRP stuff inside. Best sound system if you get the big one. Huge range. The least efficient iX goes farther than the most efficient Model X in our test. Model S. That's cool. Early Odyssey. That's pretty sweet. I'm sure that the camera microphone exaggerates the noise. It's not unbearable in here. It's fine. It also depends on how loud you turn your speakers, because that can adjust the volume of the noise. But Co-Fish and a Dragon needs nothing without surface area. And I don't think we've seen a series production Cybertruck yet. They've all been concepts. Round steering wheel's good. No, I don't believe this has the comfort suspension. Tesla moving to 48 volt. I mean, like, everyone's using 48 volt technology in their cars right now. Taycan, you know, any Mercedes high-end product, they're all using 48 volt stuff. It's not like everything they're using is 48 volt though, and it kind of only makes sense. But I really don't think it's going to be this, like, to the user it'll mean nothing. You will have zero difference in impact on what the car is doing or can do. And the, like, efficiency difference, like, just, you know, hit the throttle slightly less on one acceleration run, and there's your efficiency difference. I really don't think it's that big going to push towards 48 volt system architectures for screens, low voltage type applications. I don't actually think it's like, the user won't notice any difference though. Like, you'll get more computing power, which is great, but honestly, like, Audi has A8 suspension that runs off 48 volt. Porsche does as well with their Porsche dynamic chassis controls all 48 volt. I don't know. It's cool stuff that they're forcing the suppliers to go that route. It's done in 12 volt land. No, I don't think we get the Y with LFP in the US. Yeah, 48 volt would be great for high output audio, but honestly, like, we have Range Rovers with 2400 watt Meridian systems running on 12 volt. How much more you need than that? yeah, I mean, saving weight, all of these things matter when you look at fleet-wide statistics, but when you're talking about one car, I mean, just poop before you drive it, then you'll save the weight difference. Model Y or Ioniq 5 for regular 4-hour trips. Interesting. If you can do it on a single charge, I would do Ioniq 5, probably. If you are having to stop and charge it all, then Model Y. Because if you're doing it regularly, you don't want to deal with CCS often. At least I don't. Honestly, we should ask a car company to give us the statistics on how much weight they think they could save by going to 48 volts wiring, and then, like, I don't know, look up the average weight of a poop and see if it's equal. I bet it's so close. we're talking like, let me put a freaking 1,200 pound battery in this car, but I'm putting thinner wires in there, we're saving weight. It's just BS. Again, on a fleet-wide level, these are where it starts to add up. And so that's when automakers talk about these things, they're talking about over the number of cars we're going to make, over the number of years, we're able to put less material and then less weight. That's great, but a single car, like, how much junk do average cars just have sitting in them anyway? A lot. Yeah, just bring tanks of helium. Yeah, CCS isn't really the problem. I mean, it's part of the problem. It's very complicated and the standard sucks. But, yeah, just everyone's implementation is slightly different. The hardware really is just the worst. And it's a bit of a disaster. Tommy had a great comment. He's like, do you want to adhere to the CCS standard, or do you want to charge cars? And I was like, yep, that's the problem right now. Um, 800 volt versus 400 volt, again, to the end user, almost no difference. 800 volt cars don't really drive any different. You're still going to need an auxiliary battery for the 48 volt stuff, unless in some electric cars you could probably do a DC to DC converter and run 48 volt directly off the high voltage battery. But that would mean that the high voltage battery is always active, which means it might be harder for the BMS to calibrate and balance. Yeah, 800 volt versus 400 volt, it's not that big of a difference. Where you really get a difference is charging. There are some efficiency gains when cruising, but again, just like hit the throttle a little less hard on that one time, and there's your difference. Over the life cycle of the car, it definitely will add up, but the charging is the big difference. And what you get with charging is it's all about the transmission losses, or the transmission current can be lower. So the actual cell and the battery pack is stressed the same when charging, but you get so much less heat loss, half the heat loss. But keep in mind, most 800 volt cars branded are like 650 to 800 full. Lucid's really truly 800 volt. They're really high voltage, the highest out there. Yeah, Tesla's pretty accepting of different CCS stuff. I'm just going to duck in behind this truck because we're about to exit. Make another loop. We're at 19%. Yeah, get a Carolina squat, like GMT 500 pickup truck. That'd be awesome. How's the test going so far? Pretty good. Inductive EV charging is improving. I just don't see customers asking, or our viewers saying, I hate plugging in my car, I really want wireless charging. I think it's really cool, and I'm super into it. But I'm not seeing like where people are actually asking for it. It's sort of like a solution to a problem no one has. There are neat use cases where you can integrate wireless charging, for example, taxi stands and some other things. And those are already working in sort of prototype situations, but I'm not totally sure wireless charging is the end answer. How's the test going? Good. We're at 19%, 222 miles. Just making another loop. No, inductive charging on phones, that's just more like inductive heating. Just overheats everything. Can we make the light? Yes! Whoa, we got lucky here. And this should be our final loop before we return, I hope. Tesla doesn't have turtle mode, actually. Yes, more trips to Europe, of course. doing pretty good. What's my opinion on electric hypercars and supercars? Well, I think it's a cool technology showcase, but I don't think that's actually where people in larger numbers are going to spend their money. The real experiences that people are going to be looking for in 10, 20, 30 years are the combustion hypercars. Daily driving stuff is perfect for electric. You can have electric sports cars that are really fast, but when you get into hypercars, you want the flare, you want the noise, you want the flames coming out the exhaust. At least I do. And so hypercars that are still combustion powered are they speak more to the emotion than an electric car that is technically impressive, but maybe not as exciting. Do I have a favorite of the 4 Tesla models? For me, well, I don't know. I think I like the 3 S and Y equally. The X is definitely last, but I like it still. I don't know. I didn't say Rimac didn't have a place in the world. It's a technical exercise. It's pretty amazing. They're so cool. But you park that next to like a Koenigsegg 1-to-1 or Jesko, and I'm like, oh, yep, that one, please. Yeah, convertible Miata-like EV could be kind of cool. But like even, I don't know, just having combustion for fun is what I enjoy. That's why I love cars. That's how I got into cars. How do we know when Tesla battery is about to die? We get huge power limit. Unless it's an LFP, then it kind of just rips until it stops moving. What is my favorite car? I don't think I have one. Yeah, if I can't, actually Nissan has offered their Heritage Collection Cross Cabriolet for us to make a video with. And I said, that's fine, but I also need one of your GTRs so that we can show just how much faster the Cross Cab is than a GTR. And they were in. They're like, yep, whenever you want to do it, that's hilarious, go for it. Like, great. What would I do to fix Electrify America? Well, I think the problem actually started probably 4 years ago. A lot of their problems stemmed from the hardware that was available on the market. And they should have realized that they needed to design and spec and engineer and produce in-house their own chargers. They should not have ever relied on third-party to provide charging services in terms of hardware. And so I understand the initial rollout of chargers had issues. The original FSX were garbage and a few other things, right? But the fact that we're now 4 or 5 years on and we're still having much of the same problems that we've had years later with the brand new hardware, and even more problems, more smaller problems, just weird stuff, really tells me that, okay, well, they messed up somewhere along the way there. And the back-end software is not optimized, and it just shows like it's a very German approach to building something, which is like rely on suppliers, rely on third party, when honestly they should have just owned up and said, hey, if we're really going to do this thing, we're going to spec everything ourselves, control everything ourselves, and they just didn't, unfortunately. Would I take a Model 3 Performance in a combustion car? or just my Rivian? Oh, Model 3 Performance in a combustion car, absolutely. Yeah, autopilot just got confused where to go there in the lane. One piece of legislation to the federal government on EVs, what would it be? It would probably be on the way that manufacturers have to communicate the certain competencies of the vehicle. For example, there shouldn't be different EPA range tests that are presented as apples to apples when in fact they're really not. And yeah, I mean, I'm not one for a lot of government regulation, so I'd really like to I think Brandon's right. Probably the most important thing that you could do as the U.S. government, this is fair, is to agree on one charging port and perhaps 2 different charging port locations. It either has to be here or here. Now maybe that one is maybe a little bit too strict, but definitely just the port would go a long way. But thankfully that's all being solved with everyone just using CCS now. And Tesla has an adapter, so it's just CCS. Who cares? That's the way I think. I don't know what Walmart's going to be using for their hardware. I mean, they set a pretty, yes, ambitious goal of a lot of chargers, but not. I mean, they have until 2030, so I think they're probably waiting to figure out what hardware is going to work really well and what they can get the least expensive buy-in on, and probably have some battery storage at certain sites. And I know they actually own the power utility for some of their locations. They like control the power too. Walmart's just crazy big, so. Yeah, no one's including Chatamo today, that's for sure. How many people ask you, what if they had one wheel regen and the other 3 pushed the car? Oh, this infinite power question. Surprisingly, like 3 years ago, it was a question I got very often, and now very, very infrequently. Yeah, I think Nissan or any other Chatamo manufacturer should be responsible for offering a retrofit kit or offering an adapter. I hate that we're going the exact speed that this truck is going. So annoying. On our part, I mean, we're the ones that we're going 70. Must be going slightly faster than this guy because we caught up somehow. No, I haven't seen that video. All right, good. Now we have a 1% arrival back to the come and go. Perfect. I'm just letting some slower traffic pass, which they're doing a little bit too slowly, if you ask me. I don't really want to tailgate this truck. Let's go, brother. Thank you. World's slowest pass. Come on, Tesla. Yeah, buddy, we did it. at 11% state of charge. We have a 1% projected arrival back to where we started. Why is EVgo way more expensive than EA? Is that the case? Are they actually? What does EVgo charge per kilowatt hour? Yeah, I haven't really dove into their kilowatt hour pricing in Colorado. I know they just changed from time to kilowatt hour recently. Oh, they got a truck up there on top of the mountain. Kilowatt hour at home? Holy smokes, I pay 7. Wow, that's expensive. Yeah, crazy. Ooh, which states have the best looking license plates? We were talking about this yesterday. The whole team was at the track. We were like, oh, what? Yeah, this exact topic. I love Colorado license plates, personally. Ryan liked New Mexico's like blue and green and yellow plate, which I think is the ugliest one, but he really loved it. I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. And yeah, I mean, for me, Colorado is great. Vermont's great. I love the green. Yeah, right. North Carolina has a lot of plate options that are really cool. Ah, cool, you're in Greenville. Nice. I remember going to Greenville years and years ago. Before I knew Alyssa, I was dating a girl who went to ECU. And I would drive an electric car out there, and I'd have to stop at the Nissan dealer in Greenville to charge up. Because there was almost no infrastructure out in Eastern Carolina. Yeah, Shreveport, Louisiana needs some chargers, that's for sure. Shreveport, Louisiana needs some chargers, that's for sure. I don't know what you gotta do. Start going to the government, I guess. Or if you got money in the bank, you can just put your own charger in. Twitter merged into X Corp? Really? That's interesting. that you're swinging by the Magic Dock. That's awesome. Hope you're doing well. All right, so we have already passed the Nissan Ariya in terms of range. We're at 244 miles. We have 8% indicated remaining, and we have 25 miles to get back to the Come and Go, which it says we'll get there at 1%. Well, with a beautiful sunset over to our left, we are about to make our final turnaround. We have a 1% arrival back to where we started. Just been running up and down I-25 here. Just a beautiful drive, perfect conditions. We're just going to exit here, pop back onto the highway, and yep, again, it's 24 miles left to go. We're at 8% state of charge, and yep, 245 miles into the test so far. So let's make a U-turn and head back where we started. Windmills off in the distance, pretty cool. Fort Collins left. That is the way we are going. We really live in the perfect place because we can do a whole bunch of different testing all right by us. We have the best mountain driving roads and then like the flattest stuff on the planet. It's great. I don't remember what the Mach-E did in terms of range. 200 something, 260, 280. I haven't run it on this particular loop. Right, over the last 22 miles, efficiency dropped only because we gained the elevation up to Cheyenne, and now we're going to lose it going back into Colorado. This is a Fremont-built Model Y. Yeah, I don't know if Tesla will license their charging stuff out. I hope they do. No, we don't have a document to compile all the range tests, but we need to. If someone wants to do it, that would be great. Just to go through all the range test videos. Yes, 318 miles of EPA range on this particular one. Oh, no way, you got a 2023 Model Y on 19s. Well, let's do the test. That would be incredible. If you wouldn't mind, I think at the bottom of this video there's an email address. It's just info@Out-of-Spec Studios. If you could just shoot that email address and say, hey, this is for Kyle. We have the Model Y. Happily swap you a vehicle and would love to test it. Thank you. And I'm in Windsor every day because that's where Colton's shop is. And Jeff, you got a Model Y Performance. Sick. Well, is it newer one or is it older one? Well, we can talk. We know each other. Cool. 2022. Well, let's do it. Looks like we got some Model Y testing to do. We should honestly line up all the versions if we can. How cool would that be? If we all go out on the same day and like 4 Model Ys? Yeah, I just need to find a 4680. Yep, so we'll test it till it almost runs out of juice is the plan. And hopefully we can limp it to a fast charger. I really don't want to run out of juice ever, but it happens. But you really don't want to go to a certain percentage on a range test because the BMS can be a little bit confused or swayed. Now, I've cycled this thing twice from 0 to 100 over the last few days, so I think it's pretty much locked in. Interesting is I don't get any power limit dots until I'm really low on state of charge. Totally different behavior than my Model 3. Yeah, Race to Vegas was cool. We're going to do more stuff like that, so keep an eye out. Got a busy couple months, and then, yeah, definitely do it for more long distance races. Actually, it was the Hertz rentals won't go below 9%, is what they said. But I'm at 6%. That's great. I've run this thing down to 0 already. So LFP just needs to calibrate at 100%. But like I told my dad, don't like let it sit at 100 all day, every day. It sounds like treat them like the other batteries. You can just top charge them once a week. No way, Race to Vegas got you into EVs. I mean, there's such a big spread. So, I mean, we have Anna's Taycan, we have my Plaid would be cool. Maybe we get an EQS and an i7 and run those 4. That could be kind of neat. Oh, cool. Going to the Tesla service center to test drive. Been there a bunch. I live like right up the road from there. I mean, 10, 20 minutes, something like that, but pretty close. Oh, that's right. I'm actually going to have the Lucid out here too. So we should do Taycan, Lucid, Model Launch movies on that crazy screen. Sure, on the best practices for the LFP packs. I asked some battery experts and also some commenters, and the general consensus of some varying opinion is don't leave them at 100% all the time. Sort of treat them like the NCM stuff. Just leave them at like 50 to 80%. Or, you know, basically, for storage, when my dad went to Florida, I was just like, leave it plugged in at 50%. Before you get home, then just juice it up to full. And I think that's kind of how they're designed to run anyway. So it sounds like you just get so much better cycle life out of LFP that it doesn't even matter that much. But if you're trying to do the best possible thing, I don't think leaving it at 100% every day is good for it. Inside EV, Tom put together this thing. I think it's really important, after kind of thinking about it, that we just make a chart of our range test on this test loop. You know, I think we can do other range tests 70 miles an hour. That's great. It's still pretty good, but we're certainly at a little bit more elevation up here. And, you know, I'm trying to run every EV in the same stretch of road in the same, you know, sort of elevation situation. Because we have less air density up here, they actually do slightly better. But then we have wind and other factors, so it probably evens out. Oh, no way. Anthony, who helped push the Lightning. Dude, that's awesome. Getting a Model 3 and, and a Performance. Sick. Well, let me know when you get it, and let's make a video. If you'd like to. I think that would be so much fun. Auto high beam, pretty quick to disengage there. I hate how every time you put autopilot on, auto high beam is locked on too. I'm gonna turn it off, but wow. It's just like every time you engage autopilot, auto high beam has to be on. Well, I haven't had my R1T for a year yet, and it's hard to do a degradation test because they unlocked more capacity. So it's actually almost impossible to look at degradation with that. So, hard to say. What I guess I could do is I could get a fresh set of wheels and tires of a fresh truck and mine, and run them side by side and see how early mine runs out. That would really be the only way to do it. But I would say it feels very minimal. I also like Uber take care of my battery packs. I stress them hard for when I need to, but they just sit, you know, my Rivian sits at 40% state of charge all the time. Actually, no Leaf Spy for Rivian. Just recently, there's this cool dude who's also a viewer. I believe his name's Josh Wardle. He's a really cool, nerdy guy. Created like Leaf Spy for a Rivian, so you can do that stuff now. So I gotta order one now and get it hooked up, and I want to make some videos about it. Yeah, we've had some phantom braking when the sun was going down. I haven't really played around with the vision-only park assist yet, but I plan to make a video with it soon. Yeah, Brandon has that app that I was talking about. Oh, auto I-beams has gotten better? Okay. Sounds pretty good, Chris. That's a good dinner. We're doing great. We are at 4% state of charge, cruising along. It's showing a 1% arrival back to where we started. So we're really eking out all the highway range possible here. And very surprisingly, we are not seeing much. Like, we've only pulled 71 kilowatt hours out of this thing. So what is the usable capacity of a Model Y battery pack when new? Because when I ran the health test, and I'm going to put up a video about it tomorrow, but when I ran the health test on this, it had it showed 93% battery health. So I know there's definitely some degradation in its 10 months. And that actually seems like pretty high degradation. I don't know if the health test is that number 100%? It's got 93% capacity? Or is it factoring in other things about the battery pack, like resistance? I'm not sure. But, yeah. If anyone knows the battery pack capacity usable on this, that would be great. So I think someone originally said 79.5 kilowatt hours when they picked up the vehicle new. And so that would actually show pretty close, maybe even better than that 7% health report by the time we're done with this test. So we still got some energy to pull out of this thing. And we have power limit. The dots are on, but very minimally. Yeah, Scan Your Tesla tells you, but it's not like, it relies on BMS data, so it's not like 100% great. Yeah, my Model 3's degraded too, I gotta tell you. My Model 3's not doing great. What happened? Well, we're at 3%, still cruising. EV database reports 75 kilowatt hour usable. I think that might be on the very early ones. Didn't they get a slight battery upgrade in 2021? Or did Model Y always have the bigger battery? I know Model 3 got a bigger battery. So 7,000 miles and 1.8 degradation according to that thing. Okay, interesting. So it's right around 79 to 80 kilowatt hour usable is roughly. No, I have scanned my Tesla. I just didn't install it in this vehicle because I have access to service mode, and like, you have to understand, like, we're starting to gain a little bit more of a broad audience, and the nerd stuff is losing them a little bit. So I'm trying to find the right balance. But I love Scan My Tesla. I'm actually about to test a Model 3 Standard Range Plus against an LFP car. Two of my friends, one of my friends, Andreas, who has a Standard Range Plus, my colleague Ryan just bought an LFP today. So we're going to run them side by side. Both on arrows. I've been trying to test a 4680. If you can find me one, I'd love to do it. I rented this hoping I would get a 4680. The dude at Hertz said it was a standard range, non-long range, but he was wrong. But I mean, I still have never tested a Model Y long range, so it was good to do this. Right, I believe you kilowatt hour is the gross capacity of these. Cool, Derek's mom got one. I don't know if they'll let test it or not, but I definitely know those guys. They're great. What's the SOC right now? We are at 2% state of charge. Welcome, Abe. Abe's a friend of mine, for you guys who don't know. Yeah, they take a while to heat up while supercharging, also because they're rear-wheel drive. So you only get 3.5 kilowatts of waste heat from the motor versus 7. But the heat pump can also inject some heat into the battery pack as well. Dang, it is bumpy. Yeah, those guys are great. I've never actually met Eric and David in person yet, but I really should, because they make some good content here in Colorado, and yeah, really would love to get together with those guys. All right, we are just completing our pass, so we are just pulling off the highway here at the last possible exit opportunity. We are currently at 2% state of charge, so we really eked everything we could out of this. 269 miles, just kicked it off 70 miles an hour. What we're going to do is run up and down the frontage roads until it's completely out. We still have quite a bit of power available, so I think we can go, again, once it hits 0%, a few kilowatt hours deeper. I was talking to some of the guys on the live stream about this battery pack, and we all are sort of in agreement that, you know, 82 kilowatt hour gross, maybe 79 kilowatt hour usable when new. But again, this vehicle now has 13,000 miles on it. So we're going to go maybe a few kilowatt hours past when we hit 0, or I'll keep an eye on the power limit. But let's run up and down the frontage roads here. We'll try and cruise at 55 or 60 miles an hour and maintain a pretty good pace. All right, now it gets real, folks. Let's do this thing. Jumping onto frontage road. 2% state of charge. If we run out, then I gotta call Alyssa to have her push me, or Colton. You guessed 270. We're gonna go way past 270. We're at 270 right now. Well, 269, but almost to 270. Right, 4680 is 279 EPA. This is 316 EPA. Oh, sorry, 318 with the 20-inch wheels. I keep saying 316, but it's 318. 282. Yeah, you might not be too far off. I'd like to see over 280. It's definitely not going to be doing 300. I don't think we're at 1%. There's no way we're doing 30 miles at 1%. I actually have a little power bank like the EcoFlow thing. It's called a Zender. They sent us one. It's like very much the same thing. So you know, I'm actually going to do those, like what happens when it dies videos. I really don't want to copy what Bjorn's doing, so I might just include it as part of another video, but I find those so interesting. We are still at 1%. Hopefully I'm back, or close to being back. We still have plenty of power available. Great, glad I'm back. So yeah, plenty of power available, 1% state of charge. It's showing we'd arrive back at -1% to the charger. So I think I'll probably turn around here, get closer to the charger, just so we're a little bit, if for whatever reason it dies. But we do have quite a bit of power still available. So let's make a U-turn here and just see how it goes. So that way, if we do have to push it or we do have to tow it or something, we're at least staying closer to the charger. But again, with most Teslas that are relatively fresh, we're still able to pull more out of the battery pack after 0. So my plan is probably, I'm just keeping an eye on the power limit. Once the limit really comes in, that's when we're going to stop. But I'm thinking we can get 2 kilowatt hours at least past when we hit 0. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see. We are now at 0% state of charge. We are now at 0% state of charge, and actually just after we hit 0, we ticked up to 74 kilowatt hours used. But you can see here, we are definitely still have plenty of power available. We're going to keep it going. We're at 273 miles, and no reason to stop. We're just going to keep cruising along at, between 50 and 55 miles an hour, something like that. Just keep it moving, and things completely drained. That's awesome. What does it say if we go to miles? It says 1 mile remaining. So hey, there is some energy left in this thing. We've done this with plenty of Teslas. Ever been pulled over by the police on range test? No, because I go under the speed limit. Yeah, Anthony, I might need you to push me if we die over here. Yeah, I have the Zender one with the extended battery pack option as well. So if it does die, that's what I'm going to ask Alyssa to bring over. Just gentle throttles, no reason to push it too hard when it's low. I'm going to try and get everything I can out of this thing. Tested 70 versus 80 mile an hour range difference. Well, I actually, I've run the car on both. Oh, great that you're on standby. Thanks, Anthony. You're like the range test helper if needed. I've run the vehicle at both speeds, so you can reference the efficiency on both. I'm not totally sure. We are now at 0 miles predicted, but still plenty of power available. Everything's out, so all good. 269 watt hour per mile efficiency. Very impressive. Very impressive efficiency considering this is an SUV. It's wild. What I'll do is I'll probably pop over to the other side of the road, closer to the charger. That way we don't have too much of a risk running out in the middle of a major intersection. The only problem is the cell service for streaming is much worse over there. So I apologize if it cuts in and out a lot from here. It happens all the time, but I'll try and make sure everything's recorded for the main video. It's not the most efficient car I've tested so far, no. And especially because I'm running the Model 3 LFP on Wednesday. Better get hungry? No, I bring snacks on the range tests. I'm just so impressed with the Model Y's efficiency. It's so good. Let's just inch out over this way. Green light. Aptera doesn't exist yet. Well, you can see the Chargers right over there. We're actually just heading closer to this side of the road here, if this person will go. I guess they're letting us go. That's weird driving. So we are heading now just to run up and down this side of the road here. That way, if we run out, we don't have to push it over that major intersection. And we have one of our viewers, Anthony, who lives in the neighborhood around somewhere around here, and he helped us push the Lightning when we ran out on that one. But look at this, so much power still available. We're gonna keep going well past 0, and yep, everything's driving as normal. No major warnings. It hasn't yelled at me about anything. All it did, popped up a message, said, hey, you're too far from known charging locations, and that's it. No major beeps, bongs, or bangs. All good. Does Tesla get in eternal mode? Not that I've really ever seen. It just limits power and then dies. Yeah, I don't know if it'll happen Wednesday. We have the Denver Auto Show, but I'm definitely planning on range testing Ryan's Model Y as soon as I can, because the LFP Model 3 is just such an important car, and we need to make sure that, just like this, that it's done properly. And that one we're definitely going to bring along the Zender battery pack, because we're running until it dies, because LFP doesn't really give you much of an indication when it's about to run out. Ryan is wiring Scan My Tesla into that vehicle right now, but there's not much you can know about LFP when it's close to the bottom. And so we'll charge it up as soon as it dies there. But yeah, I mean, we're just cruising along at 60 miles an hour right here. No major problems at all. Is doing great. It's just very sensitive about getting close to lines. Yeah, Ryan, interested in doing that sort of as an experiment capacity, so am I. And the LFP pack, you can take some. We are at 277 miles now. And the power limit's starting to come in a little bit, but yeah, very sensitive on lane warnings. I was just hugging the left side because there's some dirt and stuff on the right over there. Here comes a vehicle from the left. Looks like a Bronco Sport by the headlights, and it is, but they are not going straight, so we can make a U-turn. Well, basically, we're just going to run up and down this road. It looks like we do have one dropout point for cell connectivity, so I apologize about that. But I'll just keep hitting reconnect as long as I have service. Yeah, I just can't wait for Lucid to unveil that 80 amp vehicle-to-vehicle thing, because then I'm never letting my dad have his car back, and I'm using that to charge up everyone. $281, I think we're going to go farther than that. Yeah, Lucid will allow 80 amp vehicle-to-vehicle charging. Not at pack voltage at 240. Alyssa says 293. Well, she is the expert. I also think it's not going to do another that long. I don't think it's going to be a 290. I think we're going to be seeing mid-280s. We're at 279. So we're definitely going to hit 280, no question. Alyssa is, yeah, really good with this stuff. I'm just so impressed with the efficiency of this car. No, EPA is 318. Yeah, Alyssa, is the Zender still in the back of the Rivian? I might need you to bring it over here if we're shooting for 290 something. I might need you to bring that thing over and charge it up. Everything's in the back. All right, well, if that's the case, and you got it to charge your e-tron today, right? It's like working and all good? If that's the case, then I say we run this thing until it stops moving. You want to just bring it out here just in case? I would just start driving out here. Yeah, just come meet me over at the charger. Let's go until the Model Y dies. It's a Hertz car, not ours. Right now, yeah. I got the J1772 adapter in the vehicle. So let's do it. Send it. Not really worried about running out around here. Yeah, the sooner you can come out, the less time that the vehicle will sit dead, which is good. So just pop on the highway. I don't know what that is that you're watching, but I don't want to ask any questions. Okay. Well, just bring it on over. I'm just sitting at 50 miles an hour. I got to do a little update for the main video. Well, we have a little bit of an update. Alyssa popped into the live stream and said, hey, we have that Zender mobile charger, if you remember. And I was like, yeah. And so we had a couple like adapter issues with it, but she got it all sorted. And so I was like, hey, bring that thing over here. Let's run this Model Y until it stops moving. Let's truly see how many kilowatt hours we can pull out of it. I'm still going 55, which is a highway speeds roughly, and go until it completely dies, and then we'll charge it up from the Zender. And worst case, if it doesn't work, I got a tow strap in the Rivian. We'll hook it up to this and tow charge it. So all good to me. Let's run this thing until it stops moving. It should be interesting. I've never actually gone straight before. Let's see what's down here. What could be down here? Just more frontage road. This is cool. It's a rental. Why are you sticking to paved roads? Hey, you should have seen the air that I got in this thing earlier. I had a speed bump so hard the whole front end came off the ground. All right, the only thing I don't like about going down here is we're losing elevation. So I'd like to find a spot to turn, which I'll do right here. I'd like to keep the elevation relatively constant, but you're right, it's a rental. Let's drive it off-road. Boom, off-road, U-turn. NMC, not my car. That's right. This is really probably one of the faster rental cars that you can get. says we're going to get back to the charger at negative 3%. Whoa. I've lost the phone I was filming with somewhere. Where the heck did I put this thing? What? I'm gonna dig it from my watch. Oh, I put it in the sun visor for better service. Duh. Hertz does not limit the speed. Tested that one as well. Thing rips. There's the Larimer County Sheriff. Nothing to see here, Ossifer. We are law-abiding citizens. Yeah, right after this thing ain't got no speed limits, and there goes cop. Now we've pulled 76 kilowatts out of the battery pack. We're at 283 miles, still at percent, obviously. Car thinks we're at negative 3%. I totally agree with that. Yep. Surely this is zero. Yep, that. It's only illegal if they see it. Yep. And we're still cruising along. Power limit's creeping in, but it's still cruising. I hope that Zender charger works or we're screwed. Anthony, you and I are going to have to push this thing. Still going. I'm doing 50 right now. But the power limit's creeping in big time. Really creeping in big time. Oh no. We almost. Okay. Let's make a quick thing. I'm going to just bring it back to the come and go really quick, and that way we don't risk anything. Because the power. Guys, take a look at this. The power limit is increasing very quickly. This is pretty much wide open almost. It barely wants to accelerate. I don't know, what should we do? Should we just keep running it till it completely dies and then charge it up from the Zender? Or, yeah, I think we should at least see if we can make it back to the come and go, because that's pinned. And I don't want to do that too long. Let's spike a little bit of regen. So it's not like we're near any major milestone numbers. Let's limp it over to the charger. Hopefully it can make it there. We'll see what happens. It definitely is not really in a drivable state right now to maintain even 50 miles an hour. So let's get it over to the come and go and call that a range test, because this is way deeper than I probably would have gone without the backup plan of Alyssa bringing over that mobile charger. But I think we can make it back without needing to do all that. All right, let's hope we don't run out here, because actually we're about to. I can just tell we're about to run out. Let's clean the lenses on the phone. Like we are right at the bottom of the pack. The signals, I'm not sure you're needed, Alyssa. I think we'll be okay. This is wide open throttle. Okay. Yep, we are out of juice. Do not pull out in front of us. We are flying in to the charger. Everyone out of our way. Big regen hit. Yep. There's no way it could get up to 290 miles, but it could get close. And let's get it over to the charger, back it in, and I'll give you the final number. I'm floored. Oh, there was a little bit more. It's like popped open, a little bit more acceleration. Let's charger. Please don't die right now. And we have arrived. Oh yes. Sorry, Alyssa, not needed. And brakes. Charge immediately. Will start, remain responsive, and avoid potential battery repair. Miles, we pulled 76 kilowatt hours out of it. Huge efficiency here, 266 watt hour per mile. and we are completely dead. I'm going to get this thing charging so we don't hurt the battery, and we call that a pretty good Model Y range test. Normally I don't give you guys the results on the live stream, but I thought today you deserved it. All right, let me get this thing plugged in. I don't even know where I put the CCS adapter. It's on the passenger seat. All right, we are plugged in. Report total miles and total kilowatt hour charged. How about wait for the main video to go up? I already told you guys the miles, didn't I? If you didn't hear it, so I guess you got to wait for the main video. Enabling service mode. We're only charging at 1 kilowatt. I just plugged in. We were only charging at 1 kilowatt, now 2 kilowatts. That means we were right at the bottom. So very good stuff. Let's take a look here. Charging. Oh my gosh, 270 volts. This thing was dead. Oh my God. Yes, drink some juice, Tesla Model Y. It's got to ramp up the charging. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a Tesla at 270 volts before. Holy smokes, this was at the bottom, and definitely showing, you know, we were way low. That's just doing a very slow trickle charge down here. So that was everything the Model Y had, folks. Battery pack temp, pretty good. 42C on the high end, 34 on the low end. And I guess, unfortunately for the live stream viewers, it cut out while I told them the mileage, which I did tell them, but we had a break in cell service. So I guess they're waiting for the main video, but they all got the right idea. Here's the final stats. And yep, 5 kilowatt charging now coming up. All right, if you guys really want to know the mileage, it's not a big deal. Yeah, that dude almost ate it. It was 286 miles, 76 kilowatt hours, 266 watt hour per mile. So pretty good. And just to show you this, I think you guys find this kind of interesting. Look at this, the pack voltage, 270 something. We're only doing 2 kilowatts. And I mean, the car is just really freaking low. This is very typical for when you run a Tesla all the way out. So we got every last drop, no question. This thing, this thing was cycled. We put every last drop in it. We pulled every last drop out of it. Yeah, super dead. Oh my God. How did it not run out? That's insane. Yeah, it would barely accelerate. So, I don't know. Aero wheels might do 300 miles. That would be great. Yep, very close to bricking. I agree. It felt like it too, pulling in. You can see it's just ramping up now. Now we're at 3 kilowatts. We've been plugged in for some time. Let's take a look here and see what high voltage system. It shows 0% there. Battery health shows 93%, so that'll be a future video just talking about that process. I think that'll be tomorrow's video. Thermals, let's take a look at everything here. Yep. Very interesting stuff. Charging 276 volts, wow. Very good results considering that this has lived a rough life as a rental. Here you guys go, just so you can see it. Yes, this is service mode. Well, I'm going to let this thing juice up and finish off the main video. I don't know if you guys want to watch the charging process. I can mount it where it was earlier so you can see how long it takes before it ramps up on charging. I think that'd be kind of cool actually for you guys to see. So let me get the mount off the windshield right here. I'll throw you up here on the roof. And yeah, let's zoom you in on the screen and we can watch that together and see how long it takes. So just cool stuff. What a day. What a freaking range test. This Model Y thing worked hard. Crazy. And we are juicing. All right, let me get you set up so you can see the screen. Here we go, and that looks pretty close to what you would want to look at, I think. Yep, to me it does at least. Amazing, still only doing 3 kilowatts. And I think that's what's going into the port, and I can hear the heat pump running slightly. Man, this thing was dead. Man, it just went to 0 kilowatt charging. What is it doing? I got climate control off, by the way, just so it doesn't pull any extra. Oh my God, we were right on the edge of bricking it. Hard to see the kilowatts. Top left corner. Not much I can really do to help with that, I'm sorry. Maybe this. Yeah, definitely never seen a Tesla charge this slow other than like early Model S. I once ran one all the way out and it did this same thing. And we have been charging for some time, still getting single-digit kilowatt into the car. It was just completely bottom pack voltaged out. So let's wait a few minutes for this to ramp up charging, and hopefully it'll do that sooner rather than later. And then we'll end the video and with the final thoughts and the results repeated again against the EPA testing. There we go, 35 kilowatts. 40 kilowatts, great, now it's ramping. 200 amps, that's all this station can give it. And now the station's giving it its maximum. It has 200 amp cables and we are getting 59 kilowatts. That is how low the pack voltage is right now. 305 volts at 197 amps, and that's charging voltage. So it did ramp up just shortly after that last clip. That's very typical if you ever run a Tesla completely out, that you'll see that type of behavior. So let's run outside, do a final check on the car, and end this video. Well, there you guys have it. 286 miles in a single charge at 70 miles an hour. Very impressive result here. Also, considering the car has 13,000 miles of rental abuse. When I picked it up from Hertz, they're like, oh yeah, it's full charge, just waiting for you. I'm like, oh, that's so hard on it. So, you know, this thing wasn't treated with care. Most new Model Y long range owners were saying they could get about 79 kilowatt hours is what their battery packs were saying fresh were. We pulled 76 out of this, so there's some degradation. I think maybe a fresh one could have gotten very close to 300, but I have to say, for an used and abused one, that's one hell of a great result. Some viewers also reached out saying we could test the long range 2023 on Arrows. We'll be doing that for sure, but there you go, 286 miles, 266 watt hour per mile, 76 kilowatt hours from full to dead. Thanks so much for watching another Out of Spec Reviews video. See you on another one soon. Bye-bye. Alrighty. video is shot and done. I think this thing, when new, if it didn't have any degradation, would have done 300 or very close to it. Definitely would have done 290 something. Still at 0%. Holy smokes. Well, epic stuff. I don't think this had another mile in it. Gonna end the live stream, but yeah, no, the BMS isn't confused. This is actually programmed. It just hit 1% now, and pack voltage is up 330 at 1% versus 270 when we ended. It was like 268 or 270. I mean, it was at bottom pack voltage. So yep, good stuff. We're gonna juice it up, and we got more testing to do. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks for joining me for the last who knows how many hours this took us. But we finally tested a Model Y on the out-of-spec range test. Man, I can't believe I haven't tested one so long. I'm going to try and do a whole bunch of Tesla testing coming up, because I really just want to benchmark every Tesla model, every Tesla version. That's my goal, and to just stay on top of it. So we might look like just Tesla YouTubers over the next few weeks and months, but we just got to get through all of them, and then we can get through everyone else. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you all on another one soon. Bye-bye.